Morning from Warner Park. It's hot. Good afternoon, sorry. I keep getting into a fix here with the times, but it's afternoon, of course, just approaching 1 o'clock, just about. The umpires are out. Umpire Gustard from the media center and umpire Jacqueline Williams from the far end. And like I was saying, in contrast to yesterday morning, bright and sunny. And if you would have taken a walk across the field earlier on, it's really hot out there. Hot and humid, not much breeze blowing today. And of course, the Leeward Islands would be resuming from the overnight position of 274.5 with Hamilton on 28 and the Graves on 49. Both of these two batsmen are not out. And Warwick had picked up 3 for 51. Casey Carty got 55, Joel Andrew 66. And I say good morning to Carlisle.
Hi, it's a very pleasant good morning. Sun is out.
Good afternoon, sorry.
Yes, it's an afternoon start. We don't have that too often. And the sun is out nice and bright. The Leewards batted all of day one. And they showed the kind of discipline that we said was lacking in the last game that was played against Guyana. And they have come back, and they have been very resolute in their approach. And we notice here that at lunch there was 61 for the loss of 2 wickets. And they took that to a close of 270 for 5. Hamilton is on 28. Graves is on 49, and they batted all of the 90 overs yesterday. Barbados has used a long list of bowlers, and the most successful of which has been the spinner, who has picked up some 3 wickets. But a good, honest day's play yesterday.
Yes, a good, honest day's play. And Hamilton, who came into this game with 477 runs in this year's tournament so far, he has scored 28, so he has gone past 500 runs in this year's tournament. In fact, on 505, his total aggregate, that is. But he was very disciplined yesterday to Carlisle, and so too Graves. And they put their side in a fairly reasonable position. Of course, just to remind viewers, the two Barbadian players, Dominic Drakes and Shane Holder, who spent some time yesterday at the hospital. They were released from the hospital, and we have been told that they're just about 60% fit at the moment, and they're not in any condition to take part in this match. We understand that they're at the grounds, Carlisle, but it's Simmons who starts from the far end and starts with a delivery outside the off stump. This ball, of course, would have had some 10 overs bowled yesterday, the second new ball. Barbados opting to take the new ball right away. And Carlisle would tell me that it does not move at night, but we saw Simmons, last evening being able to get a few deliveries to move about. And he picks up the attack this morning. Graves, of course, looking for one for his half century. He's batted well, very well. In fact, he has faced up to some 148 deliveries. Hamilton, on the other hand, just some 65 deliveries.
He's an extremely important member of this Leeward side because he knows how to soak up deliveries, but he is always looking for scoring opportunities. But he's the glue that holds this batting together.
Nice shot into the offside and gets 4, as the fielder seemed to have dived over that one.
He actually got some hand to it.
And
he got some hand to it, but it bubbled away and behind him and had enough power to go across the boundary, but a very pleasant way to get to a half century.
Well, we can, of course, the fielder, and being congratulated there by Hamilton, and a nice shot and a pleasant way, as you said, Carlisle, to move on to 53.
There was a bit of a loose delivery, though, short and wide outside the off stump.
So 274 for 5 and 50 for Graves, coming up off 149 deliveries. Gets a quick single this time. So Leewards, of course, would be looking to build on this position. Track a very good one for batting. Batsmen have gotten starts. Casey Carty got to 55 and then gave catching practice to the lone slip fielder, who took a good catch. Joel Andrew looking to hook, probably brushing the gloves and going through to the keeper, Boucher, who took a very good catch to his left. Ball high in the air. But we have just seen the one frontline spinner for Barbados. Flashed into the offside up to cover. And it's fielded, no run. Carlisle, of course, Shame Holder, had he been fit, he probably would have been selected in this team. We understand, of course, he's an off spinner. And we saw the captain yesterday, Brathwaite, having to bowl a few overs. Hamilton is looking to force, gets it as far as point, and Cumberbatch fields. So the first over of the day's play comes to an end. 5 runs from that over, 275 for 5.
Yeah, and a lot of effort by Hamilton there, the last delivery of the over for not much. But productive first over, 5 runs. Back to the players from Barbados in Dominic Drakes and Holder. I'm told that they had flu-like persons who have come down with it, including myself. But the thing is, if they are not fully fit and you're talking about flu, they probably should be at the hotel resting rather than being here with the rest of the team, because I don't think that they're going to participate as fielders 60% fit in this kind of sun with flu-like symptoms. The best that you can expect from that is that they might contaminate a couple of the other players. Might infect a couple of the players.
That's a possibility. Of course, the Barbados team would have travelled from St. Lucia to St. Kitts after their last game against the Windwards, game which they won. But it's Warikanu starts from the media centre in today. This is pleasantly played into the offside, just to the left of long off and a single to Graves. So he moves to 55. And Graves would have soaked up quite a number of deliveries yesterday. Looks a bit more fluent today, and perhaps the Leeward Islands thinking in terms of having the scoreboard ticking over a bit more quicker than yesterday. Pulled away down to backward square for 4. Loose delivery by Warrican, just on the legs, just outside the legs of Hamilton. And Hamilton accepted quite gleefully and pulled it down to backward square for 4.
He plays that shot very well. You bowl on his legs, and from square all the way fine, he plays that shot very, very well. And he picked up a good 4.
So he has batted well all season. And of course the experience of Hamilton coming to bear. And I really like the way he played yesterday, Carlisle. He really soaked up some deliveries. He defended well. He flashed into the offside, and you could see that he played with some intent yesterday, and looked to get back here today and give his team a good total. So first over from this end comes to an end. The first over of spin. Second over of the day. It's now 280 for 5.
And this kind of pitch, I mean, really no devils in the pitch. We haven't seen a great deal of sharp turn or bounce for that matter. And so Leewards would know that at 280 for 5, they should not be satisfied with a score less than 480.
Most definitely. And of course, to come for Leewards, we do have Hayden Walsh Jr.
No, Hayden Walsh is not playing.
No, he's not playing, sorry. As I look down the list, it's the captain, Raheem Cornwall. Hayden Walsh was replaced by Dorm, of course. And in terms of batting, Carlisle, not much left.
But listen to me, I never look past the peer at the pitch. I know people like to say who is to come. Who is to come is one delivery from being out. Yes, you're in the pavilion, you're to come, but the peer at the crease must do the business, and they must always think in that fashion. So these two should be looking to get good scores, and if they get good scores, it means that the team will get a good score and be in a better position.
Question whether or not the captain might come next. We've seen him go down in the order.
I sense a certain reluctance from the captain to bat nowadays. We haven't had a proper score from the captain in a long time. And he can bat. He has the ability to bat.
I think
but he has been forcing himself further and further down the batting order.
He would have scored 49 in a match earlier on in the season.
What about 100?
I think that has been his best score for the season.
Okay.
I think it was against the West Indies Academy, but he did score 49. No half centuries yet for the season. Simmons has switched to around the wicket. Left hand bowler, of course. Lamington is looking to force into the offside.
I want to see him stroke the ball. He's looking to hit the ball far too hard, and he's not getting any results from all that smashing that he's doing. Prefer to see him try to just stroke the ball. Now Captain Brathwaite is sending the sweeper out on the cover boundary and moving out the gully and putting that gully at that point.
So Cumberbatch goes on the cover boundary sweeping right back. Hamilton, of course, looking to play that shot, that forcing shot into the offside. But you're right, Carlisle. Yeah, you know, I think he would do a lot better if he looks to stroke the ball as opposed to looking to bash it into the offside.
Don't know if you've been following the scores around the region, but firmly glued to the game, Trinidad and Tobago against the Guyana team. That's a top of the table clash. Trinidad and Tobago 240, Guyana 79 for 1.
Good reply there by Guyana. Team that has been batting well. And the batsman at the wicket, Carlisle, for Guyana.
I know Nando is the batsman out. Let me go to match center, and I'll tell you in just a little bit. Perez is on 45, not out, and Kevlon Anderson on 17. Scores now pushed up to 79 for 1. Nando made 11.
And we know, kept off the pads, it goes down to finally 4 runs as the man at backward square is too wide to stop that one. He is in a more in a long leg position, and this went fine for 4.
Straight in length and line, and anything on the legs of Hamilton He plays like the old-fashioned division batsman, Livingston, Sargent, and Caleb Brown, and those people. Your ball on the legs is runs.
285 now for 5. So we have had 15 runs so far in the morning's play, Carlisle. We have had 3 overs completed, and Leewards are going at 5 runs for over. So runs coming rather quickly so far.
That is true. I'm sure that they would be thinking of batting long. It's the final game of the season. And when you reach to this point and you're not competing for championship honors, you just want to bat as long as possible. I mean, if you're not batting, you're fielding.
Yeah,
And
most definitely.
It's easier in the pavilion.
Hamilton looking to fill his boots. He's on 36. Graves on 56.
And over 500 runs for the season.
Yes, very good season for Hamilton. Important innings for Graves also. Of course, he's a test player with the Australia series coming up. He will be looking to ensure that he's part of that West Indies squad. And runs here would do him a lot of good. Hamilton looking for a quick single. It's not on. Graves, of course, would have had a century for the season so far. And another century here would not hurt his cause, Carlisle.
A century every time he bats wouldn't hurt his cause. Would help his average, would help his aggregates, would help everything.
He's been patient as he pushes into the offside. This time he's the one looking for a non-existent single.
And this time Hamilton is the one saying no. And that single was not on either. No, they're having a little chat about it. Listen, Graves is doing the things that a batsman must do. You're in the crease, you have to learn, first of all, to occupy. You have to have a proper defense. And you have to be looking for scoring opportunities. He's putting all of those pieces together.
Gets the single this time, though, as he drives down to long on. And this time they just jog through for the run.
He just looks a solid player.
Nicely played into the offside by Hamilton. And this time he's stroking it into the offside up to cover and picks up a single. Defended there by Graves. And Leeward's 13 runs away from another landmark. But much better over that time there by Warwick County, second of the day, just conceding 2 runs.
And the partnership between this pair has reached 75. They've had some fairly okay partnerships. The biggest was that between Andrew and the very same Graves. And that partnership was an important one for the Leewards. Helped to turn things around a little bit. Cruise ship in the harbour. And our camera crew, as usual, getting a very good picture. It's one of the smaller ones.
Yes, it is. Just the lone cruise ship in today.
93, the biggest partnership so far for this game for the Leewards.
Bowling change from the far end. Ford misses his run.
No, I think the umpire Jacqueline Williams had the restraining arm out, but he still continued through.
So Ford, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 3 runs. He has picked up a wicket. Replacing Simmons from the far end. Barbican has bowled 23 overs, 3 maidens, 56 runs, and he has taken 3 wickets. Oh my goodness, he's a naughty shot. Really hanging the bat at that one outside the off stump, and for the peeling, that seemed to have touched something on the way through. But there was some deviation.
No, it touched a pitch.
Yes, certainly. Probably some movement there from forward. The appeal was not supported by the wicket keeper or the slip fielder.
Didn't touch a bat at all.
In Mills, and that made it quite obvious that there was no batting involved. Half-hearted appeal from the bowler, of course.
Boy, it was a naughty shot from Jamal Hamilton. Any movement on that was after he had long gone past the stumps.
Yes, the ball seemed to have done something in the air after it had gone past the stumps.
That's the kind of movement you're looking for that we're not seeing. The important movement is when it is in the region of the batsman. If it starts doing a little something after it has gone past the batsman and past the stumps, that's not important. You're not going to get out for that.
No, but definitely not the shot, though, by
It was.
Hamilton. It was really nothing shot, not just naughty, but nothing shot. Couldn't have gotten much if he had gotten back onto that, or at worst, in his case. No! Fence this time. It goes into the gully region. There we look at it again. Bat far away from the body.
No. Huge gap between bat and ball.
Then the deviation after it had gone past. It's flashing up to cover. Just a single. Scumberbatch fields. Not cleanly.
From around the region, Smith quickly.
Ford. Can't let that game might not go into day 4. Only day 2. But you'll never know. Windward Islands could put up some good partnerships. They could probably put themselves in a better position. But at the moment, the academy is certainly on top.
Combined campuses responded to Jamaica's 133, 327 all out. Jamaica 4 without loss. They're also well behind in that game.
So the two bottom place teams are really having a good start to the final round. So a win for either team or both teams. So we see a few spectators looking on, not as much as we would have seen yesterday. The southwestern stand. And, of course, the few faithful. To 88 for 5, the Leeward Islands. Of course, they lost the toss yesterday and they were inserted by the Barbados team. The end, the northern end. And he would be rolling to Jamal Hamilton, who's on 38. So far, there's just a slip. Backward point, right back on the boundary. Hamilton, of course, loves the cut shot. There's an extra cover mid-off. And deep mid-on. Straightish mid-wicket. Short square. And backward square back on the boundary. Long leg back on the boundary. Just the 2 overs by Warwican. Hamilton gets it down to backward point, and Mosley has to come from off the boundary to field, and a single is taken.
We've seen 8 bowlers used by Captain Brathwaite in this game so far. The only players on the field that we haven't seen bowl are Mosley, Jonathan Drakes, and the keeper Boucher. But 8 bowlers have been used so far, an abundance of medium pacers.
Yes, he's a medium pacer going in, Cumberbatch.
None of them really doing anything special with the ball.
No, and not much space either. Something you would associate with the Barbados team over the years. Some very good fast bowlers, quick bowlers also. Young Shema Holder, who made a comeback, is not in this team. He could have played 1 or 2 games this season. This one is down the onside. And Graves looking to flick into the onside, missed it completely. And it goes to the keeper. Carlisle are much brighter there today compared to yesterday.
So. Very much so.
Some clouds about, but just some white, fluffy clouds. But really pleasant day. But I can tell it's very hot out there. Walking across the field earlier on. Nicely played. It finds Brathwaite at mid-off. Hear the siren in the distance. Played back to the bowler. And the batsman gets out of the way as the bowler takes him, but not releasing the ball. Oh, this was short and lifting, but just outside the off stump, and Graves gets on it, allows it through to the keeper. At the end of the over, 289 for 5.
Yeah, if you're going to get it to bounce at that height on this pitch, you're gonna have to telegraph it. It has to be dug in with the pace these bowlers are bowling, somewhere halfway down the pitch, and so that was no bother to Graves at all. He continues to bat very responsibly for this Leewards team. Score has moved on to 289 for 5, and the Barbados bowlers have been made to work hard.
So, ball, of course, 16 overs old in the ball taken last evening, and we would have had some 10 overs bowled with that ball last evening, and it means that we have had 6 overs in the morning split so far. And Hamilton looking to force once more.
Yeah, but he didn't move his legs at all. He just stayed in his crease. He needed to get a little closer to that delivery if he was going to play that shot. It came from the under edge, and fortunately for him, he just tracked it down onto the pitch.
6 overs in the morning split so far at Carlisle, and already we have had a double bowling change.
Yeah, Captain Brathwaite is sharing up the workload between the bowlers. Apart from the spinner, Warwickon, who has bowled the majority of the overs. In fact, he has sent down 23 overs. Work has been shared between the other bowlers.
Would have had just some 2 overs this morning. Flashed into the offside, goes down backward of point, and Cumberbatch is around to field. Just a single to Hamilton. 290 for 5. 10 runs away from 300. And these two would like to bat as long as possible. We know that the Leewards are known for some late order collapses. 6 for 55, 5 for 55. 6 for 55, of course, in the last match against Guyana. Some inward movement there by Ford. We have seen him being able to get the ball to jog back to the right-hander, but well defended there by Graves. Hamilton has moved on to 40. Graves is 57. Nicely played up to cover, just a single. So one delivery left in this over. At the end of this over, Gary Pemberton will join Carlisle Powell. Flashed into the offside. And it goes between the cover and the third man and down to the boundary for 4. Both our fielders just stood there and looked at it. And the ball going into the boundary for 4.
This is what you want to see more of from Hamilton. He's hitting the ball hard, but he's finding the fielders. In this instance, he played it in between the two fielders, found the gap, and the fielders just looked at one another as it raced between them and down to the boundary for 4. So this will do him better, rather than extending all of those huge efforts and getting singles and none. So the over has been completed, and the Leewards are now 295 for the loss of 5 wickets. Overnight there were 270 for 5. Hamid it overnight to 44. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Carla. Good afternoon to listeners and viewers.
No.
So the Leewards have progressed from 270 overnight to 296. And Barbados bowling their 8th over of the day's play. So delivery, another delivery on the leg stump of Hamilton. I'm sure he would have been disappointed he didn't punish it, because it was a badly lined delivery and he was looking to whip it into the onside. Came off the pad, and they were able to get a single. It was 49. Graves has since gone on to make his half century. He's on 59. And that's a lovely shot by Graves. Just came onto the front foot and pushed it 2 extra cover for 4 runs. Sweet timing. And he's looking better and better, Carlisle.
Beautiful shot there by Graves. And this is what I talk about in finding the gaps. He came forward, lengthened it, and just extended his arms through the shot and brought up a lovely looking 4. Listen, the more I see Graves, the more I like his approach to batting and his approach to cricket. He looks as if he's out there to do a job, and his job is to bat and just to stay in the crease and bat. And this is important, not just for Leeward's cricket, but for West Indies cricket. You need to see more batsmen like him.
And with that shot, the 300 coming up for the Leewards. So there's 301 for 5 in 97.2 overs. Graves would want to continue to bat and bat long for the Leeward. So he's on 63 and he's been given good support by Jamal Hamilton. Just to give you an idea of how things went yesterday in the first session, the Leeward scored 61 for 2 from 29 overs. In the second session, they scored 92 for 2 from 27 overs. And they got a single from a delivery on the leg stump. They hustled too quickly for the first one, thought about the second. But Warwick came in and prevented the second one. In the last session yesterday, they scored 117 runs for the loss of just the 1 wicket from some 34 overs. So the scoring rate would have increased over the period of time from the first session down to the last session, because they started slowly, but then the scoring rate started to increase as the batters batted longer, and they closed on 270 for 5. So in the second session, they were scoring just about 3.5 runs per over. In the third session, just about 3.4 runs per over. So the scoring rate was increasing as we get closer to the end of the day's play. And as over number 98 have been completed, 203 for 5. And this partnership continues to go for the Leewards.
Oh yes, it's an important partnership. And it means that they're, 9 runs away from 100 partnership between the two of them. And more importantly, they're still batting. They're within 2 runs of the biggest partnership for the innings so far. And an important, very important knock by both gentlemen.
So Ford will continue from the far end. Ford at the end of play yesterday had 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. Raymond Simmons, who bowled a couple of the overs from the far end this morning. Yesterday, 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 36. And Warwick closed yesterday, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 51. He bowled a couple of overs this morning, but he has been replaced. And Ford, who would have gotten the first wicket on a lovely shot, lovely on drive, down the strip, on the on side of the stump, and it goes down towards the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot by Jamal Hamilton, and he as well is looking better and better.
Full extension of the arms, Gary. It was a half volley right in the slot, but you still have to put them away. He just came forward and caressed it, and that is in sheer contrast to how he has been trying to bludgeon the ball into the offside. He just caressed it, lengthened it. Beautiful shot, straight down the ground for 4.
It's 307. And Hamilton continues to bat well, continues to have a good season with the bat. And he will want to end with a big one. Still a good batting strip. Placid track here at Warner Park. And Leewards would want to keep the Barbados team in the sun a little longer, or as long as possible. A good comeback delivery from Ford, right up. And pushed it down to mid-on. So still a good batting strip, and with this is the last round in terms of the season for the West Indies 4-day championship. Hamilton would want to end on a high, and the last game here ended in a draw. The one versus Trinidad and Tobago also ended in a no result. We're in the second day, first session of the second day. This is a day-night encounter, and they go through for a single. Fielder was a bit deep at mid-off, and they get an extra run because the return was not collected. And 2 more runs to Hamilton. With those 2 runs, the 50 coming up for Jamal Hamilton. 51, he is not out from some 90 deliveries. An excellent knock.
Excellent knock, and he has looked solid this time around. In the game, the last game against Guyana, he was rushing it quite a bit, and that caused him to lose sight of being patient at the crease, playing well, and getting to 100. This time around, he's shown a lot more restraint, a lot more discipline, and has played very well for his half century.
So it's 309. It seems as though another change in the field. Brathwaite has been employing a fielder short on the square and for most of the day yesterday, and now he has employed another short mid-off or short extra cover, if you want to call it that. A full slow delivery might have deceived Hamilton and got it down towards the back of the square area. Hamilton is on 51 and Justin Gray is a non-striker, he's on 64. They went into end of the day's play yesterday. Hamilton was on 28 and Gray was on 49. So Hamilton has added some 23 runs in the 40 minutes or 39 minutes of play so far. And this is second day's play. Another delivery right up. So the Leewards starting on 270, so they have scored some 39 runs in 8.5 overs. So they're scoring pretty briskly, Carlin.
Yeah, very much so. And this is why I keep saying that, listen, in cricket you play what you see. You don't have to go rushing and trying to score and creating opportunities for the bowling side. You play what you see, and hopefully you would be able to get some.
So Hamilton will get a single to bring up the end of the 99th over. So 9 overs have been completed, and the Leewards have scored 40 runs. So they're scoring in excess of 4 runs per over in this, the first hour of the second day's play here at the Warner Park. So the latest score here, 310 for 5, the Leewards.
And just 2 runs away from 100 partnership between these two. And it has been a very, very good partnership in terms of the game. Yesterday, young Joel Andrew was batting well. He got himself out. And so that wicket fell with the score on 212. But talking about Joel Andrew, total contrast to what we saw when he went to the crease against Guyana. This time around, he was disciplined. He looked as if he meant business, and he was willing to put in the work and to play a proper inning. And he did that in conjunction with Graves. And I think Graves had such a very good calming influence on him.
Yes, because Graves was on a number of occasions speaking with the youngster, trying to keep him calm, trying to help him to understand that if you're going to make runs, you have to stay in the middle. And you don't want to give the bowlers too many chances. He has this tendency to give the bowlers a chance. And he's one of those players who likes to be aggressive. Sometimes you have to know when to be aggressive and when to defend.
Another bowling change, Gary. McAllister into the attack.
So, McAllister yesterday had 8 overs, none for 27. Let us see what day 2 will bring for him, because yesterday he was bowling a bit too short. You'll see if his length will be different in day 2. So the Leewards, they have done well in this about 40 minutes of play in the second day's play here at Warner Park. Start in the morning or the afternoon at 270 for 5. So they just lost the 1 wicket yesterday in the entire session. Some 34 overs were bowled in the last session yesterday, and they were able to score 117 runs. So the management would have been happy with the way things ended yesterday, Carline.
And happier now, because that single has brought up the 100 partnership.
100 partnership from 180 deliveries. So these two certainly have done well. Came together when the score was on 212.
And 53 of that are going to Jamal Hamilton.
So he has been doing the bulk of the scoring for this morning and for this afternoon. He's looking to just play a delivery on the onside. We're probably looking to just get a fine tickle on it, missed it, and taken behind by the keeper. So we have seen a couple of good partnerships for the Leewards, and partnerships are what help you to put up a good total on the scoreboard. And with a good batting strip here at Warner Park, you want to make full use of it, and you want to make a good score in your first inning. Leewards are certainly on track to put up a good total at 212 for 5. He's getting a delivery, taking on the pad, a loud appeal. Umpire Patrick Gostard is not interested. McAllister was appealing. We look at it on the monitor to see where he was struck, or maybe came from.
He was a long way across.
Came back in towards the right-hander, but might have been struck outside the off stump. McAllister will have to try once more. If you look at it on the monitor again. Probably look a bit closer than we thought.
Gary, overnight the Leewards announced the under 15 side. Don't know if you have seen it. And they had practice and trials in Antigua. And so the under 15 side for the Leewards, Jaquan Athanase is the captain. Trion Daniel, William Pittman, Demore Prentice, Andre Peters, Clevante Powell, Caris Farrell, vice captain. Aidan Williams, Ali Adoni, Rondre Daniel, Jathan Edwards, Mikey Siegelan, Kyan McCall, and Kellen Woods. And in that squad, you have young Athanes, whose father also played for Antigua and Barbuda and played for the Leewards, and Aidan Williams, son of Stuart Williams.
Okay. So the latest score 312 for 5 after 100 overs, the Leewards.
In the side as well, you have the Daniel twins, Rondre and Trion. And you also have in this side Jathan Edwards, who is the brother of another Edwards who has played before. Nathan
Edwards, okay. In cases where the representing at the lower level, and you're hoping that they will progress through the ranks and come up and play at the highest level. So the change of bowling at the far end. Wickham has come into the attack, and he has been greeted with a drive through the offside, and they will pick up 2 runs. They've seen Warwick and Don and Bourne seem to have had some difficulty in the first over. He would have misfielded and the ball went for 4. This time around he came around, didn't collect it cleanly, and they were able to come back for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 314 for 5, the Leewards, after being inserted by Barbados when they won the toss yesterday afternoon. So that under 15 tournament to be played in Antigua.
Correct.
And the captain Athanase has some Nevis blood. Yeah.
and Aidan Williams, son of Stuart Williams, we should also say, and the nephew of the late Ronaldo Moore.
Yes. So Wickham will continue from that far end, bowling his first over, and the batters hustling to for the first one, and a good bit of work by Cumberbatch coming across to his right, just flicked it back in with his boot and allow Warwick to complete the fielding, but the batters had enough time to cross for 2 more to the total, and the Leewards have progressed to 316 for 5 with those 2 runs. Justin Graves has gone to 69 from 176. So Graves have added 20 runs for the day, for the afternoon session, or for the first session of this day-night encounter here at Warner Park. And Jamal Hamilton has added some 25 runs. And it's a lovely flowing off drive. Khan has some difficulty again picking up cleanly, fumbles, but the batsman probably would have had enough time to come back for 2 even. He had picked it up clean, he had to run across to his left, and they were able to get 2 more runs. So 318 for 5, the Leewards. They were inserted yesterday, and yesterday Louis was the first to go. He made 2. Henry made 27, Carty 55, Karimago 22, and Joel Andrew was dismissed yesterday afternoon and scored 212. And since then we have seen an excellent partnership partnership yielding 106 so far. And Jamal has scored half of that. He's on 53. And Wickham yesterday got a short delivery which cannoned into the helmet of Justin Graves. Maybe you're not here, Carlisle, but a short delivery. I thought he probably lost sight of it, and it crashed into the side of his helmet. The medical personnel came on and did the concussion test. So maybe Wickham might, sometime down the road, remind Justin Graves about that short delivery. But a short delivery, innocuous, high over the head of the batter, and taken behind by the keeper. So the over is completed. The first over bowled by Wickham, some 6 runs coming from it. It is 318 for 5, the Leewards.
And the partnership is 106 between these two, and they have batted very responsibly. I mean, when you are sent in by a team after losing the toss, you want to put a good score on the board. And on the other hand, Barbados would have wanted, since they thought that there was some preparation moisture, they would have wanted to make use of that and to get wickets. And they did get some early wickets, because first wicket fell with the score on 3. And by the time it was 119, there were 4 wickets down the Leewards.
So we're seeing some more shots from the Brimstone Hill. Looking. So Dylan has been making his rounds around St. Kitts. So McAllister is continuing from the media center end, and a single to the total. So Barbados yesterday started, the Leeward started slow because the Barbados bowlers were bowling fairly tight, but the Leewards were able to, they stuck to the task. They would have lost the 4th wicket when the score was on 119. The third wicket went down when the score was 114, and then 5 runs later they lost the 4th wicket, and then we saw a good partnership. And now we've even seen a even better partnership between these two, the 2 more experienced players for the Leewards. Jamal Hamilton has been around for the Leewards for some time, and now here has been batting well. And Graves hustling for the first one and thinking about the second, maybe trying to put some pressure on Warwick, who has not been having a good time in the field, not collecting cleanly on a few occasions. So Hamilton, the wicketkeeper for the Leewards, but we have seen from time to time the youngster Joel Andrew has been given an opportunity to keep wicket as well. A few years ago, Carly, I thought that the Leewards, they were in a similar situation where you had Devon Thomas and Jamal Hamilton both playing for the Leewards. And I thought at that point Jamal Hamilton could have done the keeping for the 40, and Devon Thomas could have been the one-day keeper. That might have helped his development some more, but it never really happened. And now they're finding themselves in a similar situation, even though that Jamal now is probably coming to the end of his career in terms of playing for the Leewards. He has been around for some time, and he's looking for a single setback. Return came in, struck the stumps, not out, said umpire Williams, but he was looking for a single. Fielder came in quickly, had a shot at the stump. The stumps were broken, but I thought he just got back in. And umpires in the best position. Was thinking about a single, and the fielder came in quickly, and that was Wickham. The return went in, and we cannot make a decision from this position, but
Can't see the bat. But the umpire would have had a clear sight of that.
And she said, not out.
Gary, I'm always at a loss when you talk about this this wicket keeping and batting and so on. Listen, Devon Thomas and Hamilton both had the quality to play as a batsman in their own right, in the side at that time. And so what you wanted to do was to get you a better glove man to be behind the stumps. We had a situation, let's go way back. Look at the transition from Livingston Harris to Ridley Jacobs. Livingston Harris, I am told, in one of the games just made a decision on his own. Listen, Jakey, you have the gloves. He was on his way out. He knew that, and he recognized that Ridley Jacobs was of good enough quality. Let's fast forward. You're in a situation now where people are talking about Jamal Hamilton. You cannot question his usefulness to the Leewards as a batsman. He has gone over 500 runs for the season for the Leewards. Who else from the Leewards has gone over 500 runs in the season? So he has said to you, listen, I am still keeping well, but I am good enough as a batsman to play for the Leewards as a batsman. If the Leewards want to say, okay, we want to transition to another keeper, you have two things to look at. Are you going to run the risk of stagnating Joel Andrew by giving him the gloves full time in a 4-day match when you want him to develop, and he has all of the ability to develop as a batsman and as a keeper? But what do you want? Because you must, in the mix as well, remember that there is a keeper from the Leewards who is playing for another team, Carlon Boyne Tuckett. And he had 6 dismissals in the game that is presently ongoing in inning 1. Now, we celebrate bowlers when they take five wickets in an inning. You should be celebrating Carlon Boyne Tuckett. He had 6 dismissals. And not just 6 catches. 3 catches and 3 stumpings. So he must be in the mix as well if you're talking about a keeper and looking for a replacement keeper for the Leewards. If he is not in the discussion, something must be totally wrong.
Yes, Carlon Boyne Tuckett has been doing well for the West Indies Academy. So what I was just trying to, because I'm not thinking that Joel Andrew should be given the gloves. No, I was just trying to draw a reference. Years ago when you had both players, Thomas and Hamilton, as you said, they were both good batters and they are good enough keepers, and they could have played for the Leewards as either a batter or a keeper. I thought that for the advancement or development of both players, because the West Indies team at that point was kind of looking for maybe a one-day keeper, and I thought that Devon Thomas, if he was given an opportunity earlier on to keep for the Leewards in the one-day format, he probably would have progressed quicker towards playing for the West Indies. And Jamal Hamilton at that time was doing well behind the stumps and in front of the stumps, so he should have been the one-day keeper. In those days, the one-day and the 4-day used to be played fairly alongside each other, and I thought that they could have made a distinction then, but it didn't really happen. Devon Thomas still had an opportunity to play for the West Indies, and then now you fast forward into now you have Joel Andrew, and you now brought into the mix Carlon Boyne Tuckett. So the Leewards would have some decisions to make.
Well, I tell you something. Carlon has options. He's now playing for the West Indies Cricket Academy, but Carlon was born in Barbados. So if the Leewards don't want him, he might very well find a home elsewhere.
Another lovely shot by Jamal Hamilton on the pads, and he flicked it through mid-wicket down towards the boundary for 4. That's loose bowling by McAllister, and the experienced Jamal Hamilton said, "Thank you very much."
Good shot. And it took some time out after that. Half a run, which he attempted, which was never really on. And so he has probably gotten his wind back and scored a good boundary.
So with that boundary, the total has gone up to 324. Jamal Hamilton, I think, is about 33, I think, and he probably has another year or 2 in him. And maybe next year he might decide to say, okay, I'll give the youngster the glove and I'll just play as a batsman.
No. It's not a matter of giving the youngster the gloves. He might decide that he wants to play as a batsman. Or he might have a conversation with the coach and with the selectors and say, listen, can I just play as a batsman? I mean, 500 and some runs, whatever he ends up with in this tournament. Who is going to say to him, you're not valuable enough as a batsman?
And he has been consistent over the years, not just this year alone. He has played some good knocks for the Leewards. Another lovely shot. This time full outside the off stump, and there was Hamilton driving through the covers down towards the boundary for 4. And things are looking easy for the Leewards on there too. Man,
this is looking like meat and drink bowling. Very, very easy. In the slot and played away down to the wideish extra cover boundary for 4. And so Hamilton continues to bat well, and the partnership continues to grow.
So 102 overs have been completed. So they have bowled some 12 overs for the day, and the Leewards have scored some 58 runs. So they're scoring just under 5 runs per over, so 58 after 12 overs. So it means that this is the fastest they have scored for the entire. Bowling is
It
getting
wasn't bad
easier and
yesterday.
easier.
The bowling was easy to begin with and is becoming easier.
So Wickham will continue from that far end. And Justin Graves with that single will move on to 73. Hamilton is on 62. Hamilton will come back into strike. 329 for 5. The Leewards have been inserted by the Barbados team. So when the Barbados team had the Leewards 119 for 4, I'm sure they would have been harboring thoughts of running to the lower order of the Leewards batting, but we saw some good partnerships. And this time we get a 4 because it was outside the off stump and he played it late down towards the vacant third man area. But Cumberbatch is down at backward point. There's also a cover on the boundary. This time he played it late and went down towards the vacant third man boundary for 4.
Good shot. And just opened the face of the bat and ran it down to a vacant third man position. And so the Leewards have been scoring fairly freely in the last couple of overs. And listen, Craig Brathwaite, I described to somebody at one point as a reactionary captain. You know, so third man was open, boundary goes down to third man, he immediately puts the backward point down to third man. And this is something that we have seen the game all along from yesterday coming until now. Something happens, and then he tries to fix it.
And he's played it down towards that fielder down at backward point on the boundary. A third man should have been in place. I don't think that the backward point on the boundary was necessary. Maybe you're bowling using the backward point on the boundary because the bowlers are bowling too short and wide outside the off stump. But the bowlers need to bowl a tighter line on the off stump. And that delivery that went down to third man was closer to the off stump, and the experienced Jamal Hamilton just opened the face of the bat and ran it down to third man for 4. 334 for 5, the Leewards. Short delivery, ballooning over the crashed into the side of the helmet. So maybe Wickham is just reminding Graves that I can bowl some short delivery. I'm sure Graves would remember what would have happened last evening.
No!
And so as Carlisle leaves, Earl Smitten will join me. So Leeward's certainly doing well in this the first session of the second day's play here at Warner Park. Started at 270 for 5. And the two overnight batters have progressed nicely. Graves has gone on to 73. And Jamal Hamilton has gone on to 67. So Hamilton has been having an excellent season. Wickham will continue from that far end. So Wickham is in his 7th over. None for 28. We have seen some 6 runs coming from this over as the over number 103 have come to an end. 334 for 5. The Leewards and this partnership continuing to grow. They came together at 212. So it means they have added 122 runs for that 5th wicket, following on to the 5th wicket partnership, which yielded some 93 runs. And so 2 consecutive good partnership. So we have come up to the first hour of this second day's play. The players are taking drinks. So the latest score here at Warner Park at the first drinks break on day 2, 334 for 5, the Leewards. So we're about to see the resumption of play after that first water break on day 2. And this day-night encounter between the Leewards and Barbados. And seems as though it will be Warwican who will pick up the attack from this the media center end. He started early this morning, he started a couple of overs, was withdrawn from the attack. He has been the most successful bowler for the Barbados team so far. As I welcome back Earl Smitten.
Well, we have had some 13 overs in the first hours played today. And the Leewards, they would have scored some 64 runs, which means that they're almost going at 5 runs per over. And it has been pretty good going by the Leeward Islands team. And as I said, Warwican just bowling the 2 overs and then being taken out of the attack. And Brathwaite, of course, ringing changes, but Carlisle rightly put it earlier on. He seems to be a reactionary captain, Brathwaite. If a ball goes in a certain place, then he puts a fielder there.
So Warwican will start after the water break. And so he has bowled some 22 overs, 3 for 58. At the end of his play yesterday at 21 overs, 3 for 51. He bowled non-stop between the first break and the dinner break. He had some 14 overs in session number 2. Then just had the 2 overs in the last session. So let's bowl a flighted delivery to Jamal Hamilton. He's on 67, has batted well. He started the morning on 28. He would have faced some 65 balls at that point when play ended yesterday. He has now progressed to 67. Has faced 107 deliveries. And Graves, who ended yesterday on 49 from 146, he has progressed to 73 from 184 balls. So Hamilton certainly giving good support to Graves. Here we get a single. It goes too quickly for the first one as the fielder was a bit slow to come off the boundary down at Backhouse Square. Looked like Raymond Simmons. And Jamal Hamilton spotted it. He came too quickly for the first one, but eventually came in quickly enough to prevent the second. So with that single, the total has gone on 335. I'm sure Graves would want to bat until the first break, which will be the tea break. So in this day-night encounter, the first break is tea, and then second break, we'll consider that to be the dinner break. So with that single, total has gone on to 336. So these two, Smitten, would want to bat until the first break.
Yes, certainly, and they have done well so far for the Leewards, a partnership of 124 and counting. But just back to Jamal Hamilton, you've spoken about him playing as a batsman. In fact, in some of the games, he just kept wicket for the Leewards for the first half and then passed on the gloves to young Joel Andrew. It's left to be seen what happens in this match. Hamilton, who is at the moment 34 years and some 200 days old, will be 35 in September of this year. And but certainly showing his value as a batsman for the Leeward Islands. Came into this match with 477 runs for the season. So he has gone past 500. You take 23 from that. So he's 500 and just about 545 runs in the season so far. So could very well get to 600 runs in the season. So he's really earning his keeps as a batsman for the Leeward Islands.
There's a change of bowling at that far end. Captain Brathwaite has decided to come into the attack. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. And so In the first session, he bowled the last over before the first break on day 1. Then he didn't bowl in the second session, and then came back in the last session. Yesterday had some 6 overs. Now he's bowling his first over, flighted delivery to Graves, and he will get a single. So with a single, total moves on to 337. So the Leewards certainly have done well, and it's looking pretty or very easy at the moment out there. No real threat from the Barbados bowlers on a placid pitch here at Warner Park, and these 2 batters for the Leewards certainly are doing well.
We've seen the Leewards throw away opportunities, though, to get a real big score here at Warner Park. And these 2, they certainly would have to bat a very long time still, although the partnership is a big one already, 125 runs. And we saw
there's Hamilton looking to play a delivery square of the wicket, a bit too close to him. Taken behind by the keeper. There's a fielder down at backward point. And there's 2 fielders out on the onside. There's a backward square, a mid wicket, and a long on. So Captain Brathwaite is going around the wicket.
rather interesting action, Captain Brathwaite. I know at one point his action was questioned. In fact, he had to go through some tests, but has been certified to be good, but not the genuine off spinners. Well, one wonders if he's really turning it, but not the genuine off spinners orthodox action. Of course, he's a part-timer.
He will tell you that he has picked up a few test wickets.
Well, he certainly has.
So he's making some changes to the field. The fielder for Graves down at backup point has been brought into the extra cover. There's a short mid-off, and there's also a long off. And on the onside, we have a fielder just on the square, just to the right of the non-striker. And to his right, there's another fielder, and then you have a long on. There's a mid-wicket and a backward square.
It's obvious that he's going to bowl a bit straight to Graves. He cannot afford to stray on the off stump or outside the off stump because there's a yawning gap there. There's a slip, extra cover, mid-off, and a long off. And you can see the line of attack from Brathwaite, more or less center stump, center and leg, and bowling is a bit straight.
So the over is completed, 3 runs coming from it. No real threat to the Leewards batters at the moment. Sometimes you would make that comment that there's no threat, and then the next over the batters play a poor shot. But the Leewards batters have looked good, they have looked solid in the first session of the second day's play.
These two, though, would have to bat a very long time still because we do not know what would happen after this because the Leeward Islands tail in this year's tournament has not really wagged. We've seen some major collapses against Trinidad and Tobago, an opening partnership of over 200 runs, 202 runs.
So Warwick will continue from the media center end. And Graves, I'm sure, would have his eyes set on a century. So when they played against Trinidad batted first, 529 for 5. And Leewards got up to 433. So the Leewards would want to get up close to 400 or and beyond. Even 500 is if possible, but the batters who are in the middle will want to continue to bat. So the first target would be to try and bat until the first break.
Of course, they would have gotten to 433, but still have to bear in mind that they had an opening a double century opening partnership. And in that game, they would have lost some 5 wickets for 55 runs in that match against Trinidad and Tobago.
So Warwick can look to break this partnership. He has been the most successful bowler for the Barbados team. So the 2 openers for the Leewards in that game against Trinidad would have made 100. Henry would have made 100 from 321 deliveries. And Louis would have made 110. In this game, Louis only got to 2. And Henry got to 27. As we see, another single to Jamal Hamilton. So with that single, he has gone on, the score has gone on to 341 for 5 with 1 delivery remaining in the over. And that's Hurricanes' 25th over. So 2 runs have come so far in this over. And Graves will end the over with a single. Punch down to Wickham on the boundary, and the total moves on to 342. At the end of the over, the latest score 342 for 5, the Leewards.
Looking at the Leewards lineup though, Gary, there's not much left to come. The 4 batsmen to come: Raheem Cornwall, O'Shane Thomas, Javier Spencer, and Daniel Durham. We know Cornwall is a capable batsman, but he has not been producing this year. So that's why it becomes even more critical for these 2 to continue batting and perhaps take it up to the tea break.
So the captain is continuing from that far end. So in some other scores, combined campuses made 327 versus the Scorpions. Scorpions in the first innings they made 133, and in the second innings they are 45 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago 240. In reply, the Guyana Happy Eagles, the leaders in this year's competition, they're 145 for 2.
Trinidad and Tobago score again? They score?
240.
Oh, 240.
And the West Indies Academy made 253 versus the Windwards first innings score of 106. And in the second innings, the Windwards are 143 for 4. And here at Warner Park, the Leewards 344 for 5 after being asserted by the Barbados captain yesterday afternoon. And when they had the Leewards 212 for 5, I'm sure the Barbados team would have been hoping to probably pick up another wicket early and put some pressure on the Leewards, but then saw a very good partnership. The 2 last partnerships for the Leewards have been very good. The 5th wicket partnership of 93, and now the 6th wicket partnership of 132 runs so far unbroken. So we flighted a lollipop-like delivery, played around the corner down to fine leg for a single. So the captain Brathwaite's really looking to buy a wicket.
Oh yes, I'm certainly trying to buy a wicket, and the track continues to play well. And even though Leewards would have lost those wickets because of the nature of the surface here at Warner Park, once you apply yourself, you can get runs, and these 2, they certainly have applied themselves.
Looping, juicy delivery, punch into the onside with a single. So it's still a very good batting strip, and we will see if or how the Leewards bowlers will fare when the Barbados team get a chance to bat. So the over is completed, over number 107, 347 for 5. The Leewards 81 to Graves, 71 to Jamal Hamilton. These two certainly will be looking to get up to 100.
Yes, and certainly well played by the two batsmen so far. Overnight, 270 for 5. They're still together, batting well. And we've not seen anything from the Barbados bowlers troubling the batsmen. And perhaps if Barbados pick up a wicket, it would certainly be against the run of play at the moment. But like I said, these two need to continue to bat for the Leewards, because a wicket here, and Barbados could easily bowl the Leeward Islands out. We have not seen much to suggest from Cornwall this season that he's going to hang around and get a good score.
Graves will get a single, but it came off the boot of the fielder, who is on the edge of the square at a short mid-off. Another single to Jamal Hamilton. So he came into this game with 477 runs, the highest of 93, and averaging just so around 53. So he has now gone on to 72. So he'll be looking to get up past 600 for the season, and probably want to end the season on a high with 100 and come in not out if possible. Still a good batting strip, nothing threatening from the Barbados bowling. So these two certainly would want to continue to make use of a good batting strip here at Warner Park. Hamilton will pick up another single. So it has been easy going in the first session of the second day's play here at Warner Park for the Leewards. They have added some 78 runs in the 18 overs. In the 18th over of the first session in this day-night encounter here at Warner Park. Walcott is bowling around the wicket. He bowled them out and spell between the first session, the end of in the second session yesterday. 14 spells, 14 overs non-stop. So Graves remains on 82. So the first two deliveries in the over from Warwick were singles. Jamal Hamilton is the non-striker, he's on 73. And Graves is looking solid, everything is looking easy. Very easy on a Thursday afternoon here at Warner Park. Nice weather, good condition. Nice sunny afternoon. And a flight delivery driven into the offside, knocked down by the fielder at extra cover. Was flighted a bit wide outside the off from the batter, stretched for it. And he was able to get a single to bring up the end of that over. At the end of it, 350 coming up for the Leewards.
Yes, another landmark for the Leeward Islands. Sure, some of the batsmen in the pavilion for the Leeward Islands, those who will have gotten out before, they must be ruining the fact that they would have given away the innings. It's a good batting track. And if you're a batsman, you want to be out there as long as possible and get a very good score. We saw some of the batsmen giving away the innings, and then now they have to sit and watch, and perhaps hoping that they could get another turn at the crease. But so far, so good for these two, Hamilton and Graves.
So Captain Brathwaite will continue from that far end, and a bit of a misfeeling there by the fielder at a straight mid-wicket, and Graves was thinking about the single, but he was sent back by Jamal Hamilton. Low shout of no. Brathwaite bowls another long up delivery, swung away down towards the back of the square boundary for 4 years. Been bowling that off the centre and leg stump line. It was short, and the Batter just got inside of it and swung it away down towards the back of the square area for 4.
Short and slow. And Graves had an enormously amount of time in which to get into his wicket and swing it down to backward square into the gap and picking up 4. But certainly not the type of bowling that will trouble these batsmen.
So when the Barbados team took the new ball last evening after 80 overs, I'm sure they were hoping that they would have gotten some assistance, but that wasn't to be, because the Leewards just lost the 1 wicket in the final session yesterday for 117 runs from the 34 overs, and they have continued the good work at the start of the second day. Hamilton will a single, will move on to 74, and Graves has come back into strike. So it's coming up on an hour and a half play. Play started at 1 o'clock. It's a day-night encounter between Barbados, so he's 3rd in the table, and the Leewards, they are in 4th position, and Leewards would want to get a good score in the first innings. So let us see what sort of field will be set by Graves. He is now moving around a few of the players. There's a fielder down on the cover point boundary. The fielder will go into the back of the point area with an extra cover, and there is a cover on the boundary. The extra cover on the boundary, there's a short extra cover and a long. 3 fielders out on the offside, so he's now going over the wicket to Graves, and he's easily playing it down to long on for another easy single. Things are really looking easy for the Leewards, and the Barbados players seem like they're just going through the motions. And now making another change, asking Kyle Mayers to come onto the onside for Jamal Hamilton, who is on 74. Brathwaite is going over the wicket. Another easy single. Things are certainly looking easy for the Leeward. The partnership of 145. And with that single, another run to the partnership takes it down to 146 to bring up the end of the over. Over number 109 have been completed. 358 for 5 wickets to Leewards.
Yes, looking easy for the Leewards, but 358 for 5, and based on the amount of runs that has been we look at that's
Port Zante.
Port Zante, of course. We're back with the cricket, and I was saying based on the amount of runs that has been scored on this track for the season so far, you wonder if 360, 358 at the moment is a very big score comparatively speaking, and you'd want to think that the Barbados team would fancy themselves getting to these runs. Track continues to play well.
So Wycon will continue. And we get a single. It goes too quickly for the first one. It's going to come back. McCaskey didn't pick up cleanly, so Graves capitalized on that and came back quickly for the second run. So in the game versus Trinidad, there's 3 innings. Well, 2 completed innings. Well, the TNT would have declared their first innings of 529. The Leewards were dismissed in the second innings, but then when TNT batted a second time, when the match was called off, they were 191 for 3.
I think Leewards would have made 490 in that match, I think. Batting first.
Against Trinidad?
Against Trinidad.
Trinidad batted first, made 500.
Well, in the first match, in the Trinidad match, what I'm speaking of, in Leeward Islands first innings, let me phrase it differently.
And
in Leeward Islands first innings, in reply.
And there was Hamilton looking for a cheeky shot, a lap shot. Just went down towards the finally gave it. The keeper had some running to do. And If you look at it on the monitor, he was just looking to just lap it over the final area, got it down towards the final leg where the keeper had some running to do. So the partnership has now gone to 150. So another excellent partnership for the Leewards. So for the sixth wicket, good partnership for the Leewards, and Jamal Hamilton has scored some 79 of that.
So yes, Gary, what I was asking is what was Leeward Island's score when they batted first? Not batting first in the match, but when they batted first, I think they would have made in the region of 490 runs.
When they batted first against
Trinidad and Tobago.
they made 433.
433, yes.
Yeah, 433. So another single to the total. And 363. So if Barbados can get a wicket, as you indicated, the remaining batters for the Leewards, apart from Cornwall, who has some capabilities with the bat, the other batters probably will not stick around for too long, so that the Barbados team would want to break this partnership. But Leewards the batters have been batting well. No evidence that the bowlers are troubling, creating any worries for the Leeward batters. This time, Warwick has decided to go over the wicket. And it was a bit too wide outside the off stump, allow the batters to get two as he played it down to third man. So this is the first time in the spell that he's going over the wicketsman. First time in the match.
First time in the match. Yes, these two continue to bat well. Graves has moved into the 90s, and Hamilton is on 80, and 365 for 5, which is a very good position for the Leeward Islands to be in. So we're back with the action. 365 for 5 as we look at the tanker there in the harbour. And Carlisle about to join me. Hamilton draws away and forces into the offside. And it's just a single to Hamilton. So these two continue to bat well. 366 for 5. Carlisle, the Warner Park strips this season, they have been conducive to batting, single up to long off. In one match, we only had 3 innings, and in fact, the match eventually called off. And in fact, the third innings was not even completed. The match eventually called off. Single to Hamilton up to extra cover. No grass, of course, on any of these tracks. And one wonders, with the amount of cricket that is being played on the Warner Park track, one wonders at the longevity of these tracks. Hope they are going to stand up in the future.
Come on, boys.
Of course, we have some more cricket coming up as Hamilton picks up another run of the cool and smooth tournament, which will be played here at Warner Park. And that tournament comes off sometime next month. And then further cricket on these pitches in June with the West Indies Under-19 tournament.
Oh, Lord.
And then we would have the Australians here for 3 T20 matches. So cricket seems to be played all the way around now in St. Kitts Carlisle.
Yeah, they're absolutely getting a lot of matches, and
This is the reason why I don't understand why the government of Nevis has not seen it fit to invest in upgrading the facilities at the ETW park. I mean, certainly there is enough cricket to be shared around, but with nothing being done there for, nothing substantial being done there for a number of years, despite promises, I mean, you can just continue to hope.
Well, Basil Morgan is a regional umpire, and Basil Morgan will tell you that Grove Park looks the same.
I think I'm going to join those guys down under the trees. They have a cooler, they have a sofa. I suppose that food would be coming at some point as well. But they look very comfortable. That seems to be scoreboard.
Yes, normally that's where the party stand is.
Okay,
So
well, they're having a party down there.
Although the stage is not in place. The party stand, of course, for CPL matches.
159 partnership between this group at the pitch.
So Warwick continues to toil on. Single. Quickly thinking it, not on.
Continue to produce players. The Leewards under 15 side that was just announced. There are 6 players from Nevis in that side.
Pushed into the offside up to long off for single by Hamilton. So he goes to 84 through 73 for 5. Mammoth partnership in progress by these 261 runs. Understand there's young Williams who has some pedigree. His uncle. And of course, his father would have played Test cricket. But what about the players from St. Kitts, though, Carlisle?
Did I share the team with you? Let me pull it back up. I'll have it to you in just a minute. Just give me a couple of minutes.
Problem is out.
Too soft.
Yes, he's out. Oh my goodness! Against the run of play, played there to short mid wicket.
When he started getting a little bit fancy, he tried that little lap shot which went in the ear, scooped it in the ear, and just out of the reach of the keeper. So he has been getting to these kinds of totals all season, and has failed to convert any one of those big scores into 100.
I think he has equaled his high score for the season. He would have gotten 84 earlier on in the season. So he. That's what he scored now.
You were asking about players from St. Kitts in the Leewards 14, the under 15. There's Kalen Woods, Ali Adoni, Clevante Powell. Those are the 3 from St. Kitts. Hope I didn't miss anybody. And there are 2 on standby in the reserves.
Okay. So that would be 9 players from the federation. 9 players from the federation. And this is what I was speaking about, though, Carlisle. It's Durham, in fact, who's going out to the crease now.
Listen, in all of the matches that we've called from here at Warner Park, you've noticed that Cornwall spends quite a bit of time off the pitch. Even when the Leewards are fielding, he comes off on fairly regular intervals, and he has pushed himself down further and further in the batting lineup, because I don't know what is the reason why he would send Doran ahead of himself. But
well, I was hearing. I can't confirm that he was not feeling too well earlier on. So this might be the reason why Dora might have come ahead of him. But what we are saying essentially, Cornwall, as you rightly said, he's been going further and further down the batting lineup for the Leewards. He's been batting around 9-10, the sort of thing. And for someone with his batting ability, that's rather low.
But then we've seen stranger things. Remember, we've seen Graves coming so far down the order that Seems as if somebody forgot that he's a batsman.
Definitely. And I would not want to think that he might have been carrying an injury because we saw him bowling 12 overs on the trot. So this could be interesting here. Graves is on 96.
And Warwican has picked up his 4th.
So that marks here to be reached. Warwican, 5-4. Graves, another 4 runs for his 100. Storm defended well there, but against the run of play, Hamilton going in that over. Being caught by Wickham off the bowling of Warwican.
He gifted a wicket. I mean, listen, in cricket, in batsmanship, you have to learn the art of defense. What was he trying to do with that ball? Was he trying to get a single? No, because he played it straight to the fielder. So why play it in the air? Why take the risk? Why not just come forward and defend nicely and live to face the next ball? But in his head, he was experimenting with the shot. Well, it causes his demise. And he had a golden opportunity to make 100, as he did in the game against Guyana. But he just gifted his wicket away.
Well, he would have scored 84 early in the season also. So he would have had opportunities to score 100. But he is, Graves, taking a single from the first delivery of this over. He moves on to 97, so obviously he has confidence in the batting ability of Durham. Of course, he might be telling himself that it's only Brathwaite at the other end bowling, so he could expose Durham to Brathwaite.
You remember Colin Archibald got 100, a first-class 100?
Yes.
Well, I would want you to remember that the batsman with him at the time when he got his 100 was Durham.
So
Yeah, the ball.
some batting ability.
Should have been out. Hit this one straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. In
Wickham.
the air, comfortable catch at waist height, and for some strange reason, Wickham dropped it. But that should have been out.
Here we go again.
Catch in practice.
Straightforward.
So a little bit of untidiness there by Barbados and by Wickham in particular.
In fact, Carlisle have been corrected. Hamilton's highest score for the season is 93. I know he would have gotten into the 80s before also, but his highest score 93, so certainly giving away opportunities there.
My knees. Let's get.
But certainly he has had a good season with the bat. Over 500 runs. 376, 97 to Justin Graves. Make it 98 as he pushes up to cover and gets a single. Now he calls Durham down to have some words with him. But 377 Carlisle with this track and people like Brathwaite in the lineup for Barbados. A bit too early to say that's a very good score by the Leeward Islands. It's a good score, yes, but not insurmountable by any means by the Barbados batting unit.
I don't know if you're looking for me to agree with you that this is a good score. This is an ordinary score at Warner Park.
No, I wasn't looking for anything, Carlisle. I just wanted your opinion.
It is a very ordinary score at Warner Park. More pictures from the great Brimstone Hill. And it's a fortress which is a must-see. You're in this part of the world, you head about 9.5 miles outside of Bastille, and you go and you visit Brimstone Hill. Beautiful pictures captured here by our camera crew on their day off.
Notice you said that you could see St. Martin on a good day. Statia. I don't recall you mentioning seeing Nevis also from Brimstone Hill. Because you certainly can see Nevis from Brimstone Hill. A good sight in there, and of course you could look down over Sandy Point and pick out certain landmarks from Brimstone Hill. As this one is played into the onside for singles, so Graves not afraid to expose Durham. He moves on to 99.
Off straight, Andre. Yeah, come catch me in it.
378. And Carl, I'll agree with you. I don't think that's, a very good score here at Warner Park based on what we have seen for the season so far. And target, of course, that the Barbados team could easily chase down if they bat well. They do have the batsmen to do it. Drakes. Jonathan Drakes, he has been prolific for the season so far. He has been getting runs. And, of course, the captain has had a double century for the season so far, 212 against the West Indies Academy. So, quite a possibility. In fact, Jonathan Drakes, he has scored some 440. Peel goes up. And Jonathan Drakes averaging 55.5, 444 runs for the season so far, and he has scored 2 centuries and a half century. As Durham picks up a single, so Barbados do have the batting to track down these runs. It's now 379 for 6. Graves needing 1 to get to his 100.
I'm tracking the West Indies Academy Windward Islands game. Windwards are now 154 for 7.
Oh, wow, my goodness. And how much the Academy would have led on first innings?
Well, they made 253, so that is 146. 147. Led by 147.
47.
So there are 7 runs to the good, the Windwards.
7
that
runs.
game is going to finish today.
Yes, second day. I did predict it would go into the 4th day, but I was thinking a 3rd day, but second day finish, obviously. And the Academy. Here's Graves defending. Just 1 run away. The fielders closed in on Graves, cognizant of the fact that he is looking for a single to get his 100. There are no deep fielders. Pushed into the offside once more. No run.
Colin Boyne Tuckett has now taken his dismissals to 8 in the game.
In the game.
Another catch and another stumping.
That must be somewhat of a record. I have to dig into the record books as this over comes to an end. And Graves is stuck on 99. Durham is on 379 for 6.
4 catches and 4 stumpings for Colin Boyne Tuckett. So 8 in a game, you don't get into that region very often. And what's important is that not just catches, but it shows his ability behind the stumps as a gloveman as well in terms of stumpings.
Yes, most definitely. And as you rightly said, well, there are options for the young man, but Leeward Islands should seize upon the opportunity. And of course, we see young Joel Andrew behind the stumps, but somehow Carlisle, I don't think he's a natural gloveman. He's a very good batsman, and he's sort of a player I would like to see just purely concentrating on his batting.
The top of the table clash, The Guyana Harpy Eagles responding to 240 made by Trinidad and Tobago, 164 for 2.
So that's a good response there. And my question is, Kevlin Anderson still batting?
No, he was LBW to pair for 51.
Okay, so
But Raymond Perez is on 75.
75. So he has soldiered on. Perez, who missed out on a half century here in the match against the Leewards, as this one is airborne but safe over the bowler's head. A single to Durham brings Graves back on strike. But Jackie Williams just ducking out of the way. So 3 deliveries left in the over. Pressure being put on Graves. And fielders put in run saving position. There's a slip, a short third man, short cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. In fact, a straight mid wicket and orthodox short mid wicket. He's defending. There's a square leg, just slightly backward, short. All cutting off that single and applying pressure to Greaves. But he remains calm. Pushes into the offside. Off a quick single. The return misses the non-striker's end, and Graves gets his 100. 100, not out exactly. And this has been a fine knock by the young man. 100, 220 balls, 8 fours, no sixes. Strike rate of 45.45.
And congratulations to Justin Graves, first of all. A tremendous inning. As I indicated earlier, he has held this inning together for the Leewards. He has shown great character, great poise, and patience and the discipline which is required to be a batsman of the top order. He has shown all of that. Congrats to him on this 100.
Second 100 of the season, of course. And here is Durham playing rather extravagantly to the offside and down to the boundary for 4 through extra cover. That's a good shot. And takes the score to 381. 381 for 6. As we look at the shot once more.
One of those hopeful deliveries tossed up by Brathwaite. Nothing on it really. Just looking to see if he can induce a foul shot. But this was one that a batsman would be proud of from Doran.
Score, in fact, 385 for 6. The Leewards. We have not seen Cornwall out there as yet. So just 6 wickets down. But Leewards could go past 400 here. In fact, Carlisle, as I look at my watch, it seems as though we are getting very close to the end of the first session of the day's play. Turned into the on for 6 with that single. It's been a fine day so far. Excellent day for cricket. And Carlisle, I'm hoping that we do not have any drizzle today. Yesterday we had just a slight drizzle. And play was interrupted. One felt that play could have continued in the existing conditions yesterday. But the umpires opted to halt play for a few minutes. Play, in fact, went down to 8:30 last evening. Of course, the scheduled close of play being 8 p.m. or 90 overs. So Warwick in his 30th over. He has picked up 4 for 79 so far looking for his 5th wicket. So, Carlisle, would you say that match against the Windward Islands is turning out to be somewhat of an upset for the academy?
Not really. The academy has played better cricket this year than we saw last year, and they have kept the game. They have stayed in games longer.
Essentially, you're saying that there's been marked improvement by
Absolutely,
the academy team.
absolutely.
And
Windward's 106 and 154 for 7. But that is not the game which is causing as much concern for me. Is the CCC Jamaica game. The combined campuses and colleges are all over Jamaica. The 133 combined campuses 327, and Jamaica already 57 for 2.
And of course, the two bottom of the table teams doing quite well in this round.
Mm-hmm.
They would have played each other last week, and they're doing quite well. So, in with a chance of getting their first win this season.
Working, boys.
Graves, of course, now would be looking towards the break, which is just a few minutes away. So it's good to see. And when you look at the academy team, Carlisle, there's a young Joshua Bishop who has picked up quite a number of wickets in this year's competition. In fact, he's one of the leading wicket takers. I think he would have gone past 30 wickets in this season so far. Coming into the last round with 28 wickets, and I think he would have picked up some 4 or 5 wickets in the first innings. So doing quite well. And not only that, he has been scoring runs. In fact, he would have scored a century for the season and would have picked up some half centuries also. So, and we had Tuckett, of course, who would have scored his first century for the season. And doing quite well also behind the stumps. So, oh my goodness, this is a terrible delivery. Wide down the leg side from Brathwaite. And we'll wait for the umpire. And no signal is coming. I thought that one or that. In fact,
No
it's
ball.
no ball. So I think what he was doing there is he's trying to check to see whether or not it had pitched outside the cut strip.
Let's look at it again. I think it actually landed off of the pitch itself, and hence the reason for the call of no ball. Yes, indeed. They're
Yes,
absolutely
yes.
correct with the call. I couldn't understand why Captain Brathwaite had Mayers move down to short fine leg. But then probably explained by the fact that he bowled it so very wide.
So it's now 387 for 6. As Durham defends.
I think he was probably trying to see if he could get into that deliveries and keep Doran and strike and squeeze another over before the interval. But as it is now, we might very well see this as being the last over before the break. No ball. Signaled again by the umpire.
Well, this one obviously is for overstepping.
Or back foot infringement.
Possibly. Well, she pointed to the popping.
Okay, must be
So-
overstepping.
So this one is pushed into the offside. So Leeward's doing quite well at this point, but Carlisle will say it's just below par score here at Warner Park. Looped up, and Durham just drops the bat on it and gets it into the offside. He walks away. The bails are removed. It's the end of the over. It's the end of play before tea on day 2. Leeward Islands 389 for 6 with Graves on 101 and Durham on 7.
and 117 overs have been bowled. So you mean 27 overs have been bowled in the day's play so far. So falling a little short of the 30 which is required. And the Leewards moving the score from 270 to 389. So that is pretty good scoring by the Leewards in terms of the run rate. 389 for 6. As we take our tea break, we're going to be back with you in about 15 minutes time for the continuation of play from Warner Park. But just to tell you that Mr. Graves has brought up a really good 100. He's on 101 not out. Doran is on 7, 389 for 6. Barbados won the toss and asked the Leewards to bat, and they have batted for 4 sessions so far.
Welcome back to Warner Park. We are at the start of the second session after the first break, the tea break, and Warwick will continue from the media center end. So before the first break, we saw Justin Graves bringing up his second 100 of the season. And he has now added another run to that. After the break, he has gone on to 102 from 226 balls. And so he had some 8-4s in that 100. As I say, good afternoon to you, Earl Smitten.
Well, good afternoon, and Leeward Islands continuing on. 380, 390 for 6. Looking to get past the 400 mark.
So a loud appeal as Doran was coming to the front foot. Shock on the pad, the peel went up. So Warwick has been the most successful bowler for the Barbados team before. Well, at the break, he had 30 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 79. Now he has started here after the tea interval or the first break. And Barbados bowling just 27 overs in that first session. And Leewards were able to score 119 runs for the loss of just the one wicket, the wicket of Jamal Hamilton, who was caught. Wickham bowled Wickham. He made 84. And he was caught at the short mid-on position. It was a delivery which is played it in the air, and Wickham took a simple catch. It was a soft dismissal. And I'm sure Hamilton would have been disappointed that he did not capitalize on what has been a very good batting strip here at Warner Park. But so far, we have seen Justin Graves. He has batted well. He has gone on to score his second century of the season. Durham will want to give Graves some good support. It's still a good batting strip. 391. Might sound like it's a big score, but from what we've seen at Warner Park, it has been a good batting strip. We've seen lots of runs being scored. So I'm sure players like Brathwaite will be fancying his chances of making a good score on this pitch. Batting long, we're just in the second session of the second day's play here at Warner Park. First over, and Graves is getting the delivery played down to the fine leg area, and it has gone into the boundary for 4 runs. So the body line delivery, a flatter, faster delivery, and there was Graves just getting inside of the stumps and playing it down towards fine leg for 4.
Yes, a good shot there by Graves. Just working it into the vacant fine leg position and getting 4. But the line delivery, of course, might sound a bit facetious, but based on what has been happening here at Warner Park for this year's cricket matches, 395 at this stage might seem a little below par. And as you rightly said, Brathwaite must be fancying his chances, having already scored a double century for the season, 212 runs. And young, the young batsman there for the Barbados team, Jonathan Drakes. He has had a good season so far. 2 centuries, 444 runs for the season. So Barbados must be thinking that they would be in for a very good innings once they have dismissed the Leeward Islands.
So Cumberbatch will open the attack from that far end in this second session, and in the first session, at the end of the first session, he had 16 overs, 1 for 59. If you will recall, yesterday he got the wicket of Casey Carty with a no ball, and then he eventually got the wicket of Anju, a short delivery, which was taken down the onside by the keeper Boucher. So he's now bowling from that far end. So Leewards would have started the afternoon at 270 for 5. So scoring 119 runs in that first session. So scoring at a fairly good rate as well. And Durham is beaten outside the off-stump. The Leewards would have picked up some batting points in this game because they would have scored their 350 in less than the 110 overs that is required. So they would have gotten, I think, 3 batting points. Yeah.
Of course, you know, the Leeward Islands would be hoping that they get the better of this game and perhaps go past Barbados in the rankings at the end of this match.
Unless there's a dramatic collapse by Barbados when they batted, when they get a chance to batter. I see this game ending in a tame draw sometime on day 4, because it's a very good batting strip. In the game versus Guyana made a small score in the first innings. The Leewards really didn't put a big total when they batted. They had a chance to do so, and then the Guyanese came back and had a good second knock. So it is highly unlikely that they'll be an outright to win.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, of course.
Unless there's a miracle. And the Barbados, for the entire session, the first session, just with 1 wicket, and Leewards were able to score 119 runs. But it has been a batting-friendly pitch here at Warner Park, as it has been over the years. And we have not seen any outright
Not
win.
necessarily over the years, over the years there's been a little something in there. There's been
Warner Park has always been a batting park. The bowlers, once you put in effort, you probably can get something. But Warner Park has always been known to be a
favors
good
the batsman, but over the years I would not go as far as to say a batting paradise. We have had results here at Warner Park. We have seen fast bowlers doing well. In 1988, Ambrose probably bowled one of the quickest spells you'll ever see him bowl. He picked up 9 wickets in that match. I think in 1991 you had Kenny Benjamin picking up 7 for 51. And Roberts has always done well here. And as a matter of fact, the first day night match played at Warner Park, there was a result. Leeward Islands lost to Jamaica in 2014. So there's always a little something, but it has gotten, I would say, worse over the last couple of years.
Well, so that's 11 years ago, right? And so in recent time, it has been really a flat pitch, a flat track here at Warner Park. And this year is no different. We have seen some scores, some high scores being made here at Warner Park. I've seen some centuries as well. Joshua De Silva would have done the double when they played against the Leewards. And Mikhail Louis did it last year. And we saw
He has already scored 100 on this track here also.
Jason Mohammed would have made a double.
A double.
And now I'm sure that Justin Graves, who has been there for some time, he came in at number 5. And he came in and he has batted well. He's on 107. He's the second century for the season.
Signed the last match too. Gary Weir batting a second time. Tevin Imlach, the captain of Guyana, got 100. And Anderson, who had scored 77 not out in the first innings, getting 101, batting a second time.
So Doran is beaten outside the off-stump by a delivery from Warwick, who's bowling over the wicket. So he has picked up 4 wickets. And did that come from the outer edge? See whether there was a deviation and it came off the pad of the keeper, who probably came up a bit too early. So it's 396 for 6 wickets to Leewards. Durham is not going to be tempted a flight to delivery. Barbados Pride won the toss and inserted the Leewards on the first afternoon when they won the toss.
Wait, Danny.
Durham has faced some 34 deliveries. He's on 8.
Doubles 1.
And Justin Graves is on 107. You spoke about Imlach making a century in the second inning. Maybe you can give your thoughts on his captaincy. And driven straight back over the ball ahead for 4. It was a flighted delivery, and the Rumblers came forward and lifted it straight back over the bowler head to bring up the end of the over. And with that shot, the 400 has come up for the Leewards, 400 for 6 at the end of over number 120.
So 100 coming up in 120 overs, 400 for 6. Another landmark reached by the Leeward Islands. And
Middle, please. Thank you.
so I guess, Gary, you might be campaigning for Imlach to be captain of the West Indies team.
No, I'm not campaigning. I'm going based on what is happening in the competition. It's not a campaign. You're speaking about someone. You're the captain of the winning team. You're looking for a captain for West Indies.
Yeah,
He's in the team.
he has played 2 matches so far, but that does not exclude him from being in line for captaincy. But I'll get back to that momentarily.
Because if you're looking for a captain, you would start by looking at the regional teams to see who are the captains, who are the persons who have the ability to make the West Indies team and keep the place in the team where you don't see anyone per se. So now you're doing some juggling exercises to see who you think would be the best fit to captain the West Indies team. And
Well, Carlyle made a very valid point. They might go outside of the box and select someone who is not captain in a team.
and can hold a place.
Hold his place. Graves, for example, is batting well today. I think Graves might have been vice captain of the Leeward Islands team at one point.
So Doran will get 4 runs from a ball which came off the outer portion of the bat and went down towards the third man area for 4 runs. So the runs continue to flow for the Leewards. With that 4, the total has gone on to 405.
So you could perhaps look at a person like Graves. Of course, the talk keeps surfacing about Shai Hope being made the all-format captain for the West Indies team, but that's a talk, and how much there is to it, we don't know. Of course, he has not been playing in this 4-day competition, but you never know. But there's also Ralston Chase, who has made some runs. He has scored a century for the season so far. He's not in this Barbados team. And I guess you could look around some of the other teams that players who have been making runs and who might put their hand up. But it does not necessarily follow that you're going to select one who is captain in the Islands team. And there we have Imlach, silver for Trinidad and Tobago. Leewards, of course, Cornwall. That's a no-no. And the Windwards, Athenaeus, is the captain at the moment. And for Jamaica, John Campbell. And he's an opening batsman. Can he hold his place in the team? Athenaeus is part of the West Indies setup, the test setup. And we go further. Well, I've touched on Jamaica. Guyana, of course, Imlach. The CCC, who's the captain there?
Kaiwan. Powell.
Powell is the captain there. Well, they're not going to go back to Powell. And then the academy. I don't think they're going to use the captain for the academy. I think the captain there is Naim Young. Is that correct? The captain for the academy?
Teddy Bishop.
Bishop. I don't think they're going to use Teddy Bishop. He has not been doing too well with the bat for the season. Right, so there you have it. I've gone down the list of captains.
So you have gone on the list of captains. So who are the
For the
front runners?
You mean in terms, well, I will start with the process of elimination. Powell, no. Teddy Bishop, no. And what are we here?
So the over is done. Over number 121. 5 runs coming from the over. 405 for 6, the Leewards.
Campbell for Jamaica, can he force his way into the West Indies team? I do have my doubts about that.
But they're still looking. They're looking for an opener, isn't it? They're looking for someone to partner Brathwaite. Are you gonna?
Well,
are you gonna keep?
Louis in the team.
Are you gonna keep Louis
the
at the
question
top?
is whether or not you're going to keep him there. He has not had a bad season. Right? He has had a bad match here, and he has given away opportunities. Came into this match averaging 45 with over 400 runs, and just got 2 runs in this match. Whether or not the selectors are going to continue with him. And certainly his average is better than Campbell's at this point. And Campbell has had a string of failures recently, despite the fact that he has scored 200. And Louis would have had more runs than Campbell. He was averaging just a point or so above Campbell. So, it's not a question of Campbell really forcing himself into the team. So, I would not say Campbell could really command the position in the team. I'm not saying that he cannot get into the team because one never knows.
So Duran will get another boundary from a loose delivery outside the off stump, and he played it down towards the third man area for 4. So the runs continuing to flow. The Leewards went into T at 389 for 6. Now they have progressed to 410 and into over number 122.
Duran posting some useful runs here. He has gone on to 20 with that boundary and providing good partnership. In fact, he has scored 20 out of a 36-run partnership. So, Gary, I think, of course, they could also look outside. You don't necessarily have to be captain in your... This is a good shot, though.
That's
Wonderful shot.
4 more runs to Duran, pitched up, and he drove it back down the strip. It came off the hand of the bowler, but he had enough to carry it down towards the boundary for 4. So the runs continue to flow, and Duran making use of some really easy bowling here at Warner Park, being provided by Barbados. And the Warrior, even though he has picked up the most wickets, he has not really been threatening. Another flighted delivery, another teaser. McAllister has some money to do across to his right. So you're by a process of elimination, and you have now come down to the last 2. It brings you right back to the silver and the Imlach.
No, not necessarily.
But you have eliminated most of the other captains.
Yeah, the captains.
So based on what you have, based on the existing captains, you still... So you come down to Imlach.
I'm left
so what are you going to do with those 2? You're going to eliminate them as well?
Well, I didn't say I would. Of course, I'm not a selector. But what I'm saying essentially is that they could also look outside the box.
Yeah, that is true.
And pick someone who is not captain in a team. It could be Graves. And I would have mentioned Ruston Chase also. And I guess we could continue to look around at players who have been performing well, but these 2 would stand out with some exposure at the international level. And quite a number of young players doing well in the regional tournament, but those who would not have had much exposure. Atenes, you wonder if you could put the burden of captaincy on him. He has not really done as well as we would have hoped at international level. In fact, he has not had a very good season with the bat in regional cricket so far. So it's very difficult for you to think in terms of going for Atenes. But selectors will have to decide and decide quickly on a captain.
Selectors or the head coach will have to decide.
Well, I'm not getting into those waters with you, Gary.
So the last over was a very expensive over. 11 runs coming from that over from Warwican. And the Leewards 416 for 6. And Graves will continue to bat. He's on 110 from 232 deliveries. Duran is on 25. Combach will continue from that far end. He's in his 18th over, or his 19th, as a matter of fact. So the discussions will continue around the region. We'll just have to wait and see what the West Indies board will announce in terms of the captaincy for the West Indies team.
And don't forget Shy Hope, of course. And the head coach has made high recommendations for Shy Hope, and he speaks of his leadership quality, and thus suggesting that he should be made captain of the T20 team, despite the fact that Robin Powell would have done very well. So cannot overlook that fact. So one should never know.
So Cumberbatch testing out the pitch here at Warner Park with a short delivery. You have heard other persons around and giving their opinion as to who they think will or could captain the West Indies team. Shea Hope has been getting some recommendations from notable persons around the region, but if he's going to be selected as the captain, then he automatically will be in the team. So where will he bat at? Top of the order, he'll come in at number 4. It means if he comes in at number 4.
Remember, Casey was in the team, and he has not been doing well recently. He has not set the wall alight with his batting in the Test arena as yet, and he has not really cemented his place, I would say, and he has not really had a good season. So there's an opening, especially if you're going to bring in someone who was not a regular member of the Test team.
So Durham getting another single. So if Shea Hope or Roston Chase, either of those players were to be given the captaincy, then they'll fill in somewhere in the middle order. Because as I said, Casey Cartier was in the last Test team, but he didn't do well, and he has come back here in this year's competition and has not really performed outstandingly. So that's a question mark.
Yes, he's the one who might be missing out to accommodate the new captain, unless, the question is in Pakistan, when the Silva was left out, the question is who was the vice captain of that team?
I don't think it was announced as who would have been the vice captain, but if the captain had to go off the field at any point in time, I'm sure they would have recommended for someone to lead the team in the absence of the captain as he overcomes to an end. 419 for 6. Leewards. Graves continues to soldier on. He's on 112, and Durham has certainly given good support. He has batted well. Even he would have gotten some long hop deliveries, and he has made full use of them and continue to give good support. So they have put on a partnership of some 45 runs. So good partnership.
Yes, a very good partnership, and Durham has gotten most of those runs, 26. Of course, at one point, Alzari Joseph was vice captain of the white ball team. But since then, a lot has happened, a lot which we won't go into. But I saw a comment the other day, Gary, someone said that, they were talking about who they should select for captain, and this person's comment was that they should select Alzari Joseph, and if he does not like what's happening, he just walk off the field.
But sometimes they say if when you get responsibilities, you probably would be more responsible. So maybe if you give him the captaincy, he might act differently.
Well, I'll put in a disclaimer there. This is a comment made on Facebook by someone because, you know, you don't tend to read some of these comments at times, and names were being bandied about. But I think this person was just being a bit facetious, though, when they made that comment. I think, though, being vice captain is a lot of responsibility still, Gary. And you would expect that in that position. That's a very senior position in any side, a vice captain.
Yes, the
you would expect
deputy in any facet of life is an important position.
Exactly. So you would expect that one would behave accordingly. So I don't think it's a question of giving him more responsibility and then he gets better. But who knows, he might have learnt from his mistakes, but I don't think they're going back there right now.
So another over has come to an end, a much tighter over than the previous over where we saw 11 runs, 1 run coming from that over. So the over is completed 420 for 6. The Leewards were in the second session of this second day's play. And Graves 113, Hamilton made 84, Joel Andrew made 66. And the two batters having a conference, a mid-pitch talk. I'm sure Graves will continue to encourage Durham to stick around with him and see if they can get up to 500 runs.
Still a long way away from 500, another 80 runs, but one never know. And
Thank you.
Leewards would have seen this track earlier in the season. They have played 2 games on this track before, and they know that they need to get as much runs as possible. And 500 is not a bad target to aim at. 500 and beyond. 6 wickets are down. And Justin Graves is well entrenched, and he has been given good support by Daniel Durham.
So McAllister has been brought back into the attack, so he has replaced Cumberbatch from that far end. He has bowled 10 overs, none for 39. And that was up until the first break on day 2. First session he had 5 overs. 3 overs in the first session, 3 overs, none for 6. The second session he had just the 1 over. Third session yesterday he had 4 overs. And then the first session today had 2. So a total of 10 overs. And Graves continues to look good. Another single down towards the fielder on the backward of point boundary. That's 4. So with that single, Graves he has gone on to 114. It's 421 for 6 Leewards.
Having said all of that, though, for the Leewards, 421 for 6 after being inserted. This, of course, is an excellent score. And they have done well, thanks mainly to a couple of partnerships. The last one between Hamilton and Graves.
Wait.
Now we're getting another good one between these two. So I would say this is an excellent response by the Leeward Islands team. 421 for 6 after being inserted.
So McAllister has gone around the wicket to the left-handed Durham. Durham is on 26. So Durham, I'm sure, knows that when he come out to bowl, he would have to bowl well. He didn't bowl well in the game against Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, he knows that, but right now he's not thinking of bowling. Right now he's thinking of batting as long as possible and getting Leewards close to 500.
If he doesn't want to bowl, then he might have to bat until the end of the 4th day's play. So he doesn't have to go out and bowl.
Exactly, and course,
That's a good shot off the pad. He just clipped it into the onside down to long on for 4 runs. So Doran continued to bat well, and he has gone on to 30. And the Barbados bowling is the Doran certainly making use of the easy bowling from the Barbados team.
yeah, certainly a good shot there by Durham. And of course, you know, every bowler would like to go out there and bowl in the field in terms of field placement and all of that, and even for the bowler to experiment a bit.
So McAllister continues to dig it in short. He's bowling. He has been bowling a lot of short deliveries and not been successful. Over is completed. So from his 11 overs, 44 runs, the latest score, 425 for 6. So Warwick will continue. He has bowled 34 overs, 4 for 102. Has been bowling a very long spell. He has tried to keep things tight, not getting much turn or bounce. And Warwick normally just probably give it some drift and bowl a tight line. And a couple of the shots were poor shots by the batters. We saw Karim Mago looking to slug sweep, and it was caught. And Jamal Hamilton pushed a simple catch to Wickham.
Not right back on the boundary, but certainly set deep. Of course, looking to save runs at this point.
So for Durham, the fielder will go under the helmet. That's Jonathan Jakes. He will go under the helmet and he will be fielding at forward short leg. Some adjustment is being made on the field. I'm not seeing it Brathwaite off the field. I see Wickham doing some set. Well, Brathwaite, is that backwards squared? Yes. But Wickham just making some adjustment to the field, asking the fielder down on the boundary, down at extra cover on the boundary to come in at the conventional cover position. The field at backward square has been asked. So Wickham is the one that is setting the field. So
no, it's not Brathwaite who was at backward square. You could look at that walk.
Right. So I'm telling you, Brathwaite seems to be off the field because Wickham is the one that has been marshalling the fielders, setting the field. So another easy single to Durham. So with that single, total has gone to 427. Side. Wickham just on the edge of the square, and then it is an extra cover. And that's Cumberbatch who fields. So Warwick will continue. He will go around the wicket to Graves. He's holding 115. Get another easy single. So it's easy going for the Leewards after the first break. They lost the wicket of Jamal Hamilton in the first session, and they went into the end of the first session on 389 for 6. So these two, since they have come out, they have been batting well. They have scored some 39 runs since the start of this second session. So we can make some adjustment at boundary. Not an easy single for the Leewards, so they're making it easy for the Leewards batters. And the delivery just on the center and leg stump. So the over is completed. 4 runs coming from that over from Warwick, 428. It is for 6 the Leewards batting first here at Warner Park.
Yes, and what has happened there from the word go is that Graves has not been afraid to trust the batsman Durham with the strike. He has exposed him early. You have seen him taking singles off well, but I see a fielder out there wearing the number 33, and that's the number for Shame Holder. So seems as though Shame Holder might be out on the field for his captain Brathwaite. Shame Holder, of course, one of those fielders who are ill.
So McAllister will continue around the wicket. And Durham, who has looked like a batsman since he has come to the middle, he has middled the ball well. He has looked good, he has played some good shots. He has capitalized on some of the bad deliveries that by the Barbados bowlers.
And Carlisle reminded me that he was the one batting with Archibald when Archibald scored his 100.
So he's on 32. He has faced some 55 balls. .429 for 6. So still have the captain of the Leewards to come. Have Spencer. That's another lovely shot off the pads of Durham. He will get 2 runs at least. And the fielder down on the boundary, like Simmons, picks up, and they're able to get 2 runs. 2 more to Durham. Total has gone to 431. So the Leewards, they have just lost the 1 wicket for the day. And we're in the second session. It's about 40 minutes into the second session. And a lone appeal by McAllister's. The batter Durham was looking to just turn it into the onside, came off the pad. Leg by has been signaled by umpire Williams from that far end. So the total moves on to 432. So see one of those small aircraft going into RLB International Airport.
And you said our, but of course I'm not part owner. You might, of course, might be sole owner of that aircraft.
You heard I said ours, a small aircraft heading into the RLB. Maybe you want to indicate to the listeners that you're part owner of a small aircraft.
Sounded like you said one of our small aircrafts, but I might have heard you wrong.
Well, you would have heard wrong. So another single to the total, 434 for 6.
These are useful runs, of course, for the Leeward Islands. Durham is in a good partnership with Justin Graves, now 60 runs on between these two.
From this vantage point, obviously going down the onside, was looking to whip it. Soon the wicket missed it, came off the pad. Umpire Williams not interested. The over is completed, and the Leewards continuing to bat 434 for 6.
I think to the fact that it's a left and right hand combination out there, I think that would have posed some problems for the Barbados attack. An attack which seems to be very limited. And Warwick, of course, the West Indies spinner, of course, he has bowled well, but he has looked fairly ordinary. But apart from that, the other bowlers, the other medium pacers, they have not been threatening. And of course, we have seen the captain Brathwaite serving up some lollipops. Certainly nothing untoward, and nothing that would suggest that they could pick up a wicket. They're at a very short mid-off. We see on the back of that fielder there, number 33. So that must be Shane Holder, who seems to have recovered quite nicely. Recovered enough to be out there. Brathwaite, of course, being off the field.
So Oricon will go over the wicket. And so we tell you that West Indies Academy dismissed the Windies for 181.
That's some 34 runs in the lead, I think.
Yeah,
They had a lead of 147, so
and the West Indies Academy are 34 without loss, so the game probably is over.
I would think so. This one comes from something, an appeal. Umpire Gustard remains on move. And that, well, some might say it's not an upset because the academy has been playing better and better. But certainly a very good result for the youngsters.
35 without loss, so defeating the Winwards. August made 33 not out, and Jagasar 2 not out. So West Indies Academy defeating the Windward Islands in that game that has been played in Antigua, Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Inside 2 days. You know, it's just at least another hour left in the day's play. That is indeed a magnificent victory day for the academy. Some would say an upset, some would say the academy has been playing better and better.
Durham as well has been batting well. So in the Windward's first inning, as that over comes to an end, the top score came from Leo, who made 22.
That's the wicket keeper for the Windwards.
Got 18. Ambrose got 6. Kevin Hodge got 1. And so West Indies batters not doing well in that game.
Ambrose would have gotten 110 in the last game against Barbados. He was the sole batsman who would have gotten some runs there for the Windwards. So Windwards consecutive defeats.
So Anthony is in the second innings, made 41. That's Carter made 32 and 42 Milius. He was stumped by keeper Tuckett of the bowling of Bishop. So Tuckett having a very good season, scoring in excess of 400 runs as McAllister will continue from that far end. This time he'll be coming over the wicket. Delivery on the leg stump. So the West Indies Academy defeating the Windward Islands. So that game finishing inside 2 days. So we've seen some good performances from some of the youngsters for the West Indies Academy, and that goes well for the continued development of our cricket. And the introduction of the West Indies Academy team exposes some of the younger players who were not able to make it into their territorial team.
Joshua Bishop, of course, stands out. Had a very good season with the ball and with the bat. He would have picked up some in the region of 30 plus wickets, 33 or thereabout, probably more. I would not have seen his updated bowling figures. But Gary, the Windward Islands over the last couple of years, they were doing very well. And sudden drop in performance this year, a bit unexplainable. In fact, last year the Windward Islands were ranked second. They placed second in last year's tournament behind the defending champions Guyana. now are not doing very well. In fact, they would have won 4 of their matches last year and lost 2, but ended up in second place last year. This year, being defeated by the Academy, I'm pretty certain they will be very close to the bottom this year.
And they normally have a Winner Islands tournament.
Yes, I think they do, you know. I think they do play some cricket there. I think they're better organized than us here in the Leewards.
Well, the Leewards probably say we don't have an organized competition, but we are coming in the top 3, top 4 in the last couple of seasons. Maybe they'll be satisfied with that.
Leewards were 3rd last year, behind the Windward Islands.
And this year they'll be placed in front of the Windward Islands, as Justin Graves will get another single. And with a single, he has gone on to 118. So it's really a quiet period of play here at Warner Park, as the Leewards continue to try to consolidate. This is another good partnership of some 61 runs. So we are seeing a string of good partnerships. The 4-wicket partnership of 93, then we have the 6-wicket partnership of 162, and now this 7th-wicket stand of some 61 runs between Durham and Justin Graves, and Durham has scored some 34, so more than half of the partnership. The runs have been scored by Durham.
Yes, definitely. Just to point out something to Gary, last year, Joshua Bishop, he got most of the wickets in last year's competition. 42 wickets last year. So I'm pretty certain that eyes would be looking at the young man at the moment. He has come back this season and had a very good season.
So the spinners normally do well in regional competition. Warwican, who is the current spinner for the West Indies, has picked up 4 wickets here. Looking to pick up a 5-er.
Well, Warwican has done well. I mean, he was the man of the series on that tour, test match tour to Pakistan. So he should easily hold his place. Of course, there's Moti, who has not played much. I think he might be somewhere in the US, about to participate in the league going on there in the US. But certainly, Warwican should easily hold his place in the West Indies team.
So Captain Craig Brathwaite has made his way back onto the field. So the substitute would have gone off. So another easy single to Justin Graves. With that single, he has gone on to 120 from 254 balls faced.
Warwican so far this season has picked up 28 wickets coming into this match, having picked up some 24 wickets previously, and has picked up 4 in this match so far. So he's gone on to 28 wickets in this year's regional tournament.
Interesting field placement by the Barbados team. The fielder at mid-on, just in front of the non-striker. Is that an unusual position? Should the striker ask the fielder to move out of his way? Is too close to the non-striker? Is that allowed to have a fielder right in front, almost right in front of the non-striker?
Well, the non-striker just would have to change his position. Fielder, of course, not on the strip, so by no means infringing. We've seen that in international cricket. On the pad there.
Would have been going down. Struck just on about the center leg stump and moving, going down the onside. The appeal went up, but umpire Gustav is not interested. I will look at it on the monitor. Umpire's call is at best for the Barbados team. So you have seen Craig Brathwaite employing those short fielders straight, just on the edge of the square or on top of the square. He would have gotten a wicket with one of those fielders where when Hamilton was caught by Wickham. And so that over is completed. But Wickham is, so at the end of the over, 436 for 6.
And the Leeward Islands.
Thank you.
It has come back onto the field and he has immediately taken the ball, so he'll be bowling from that far end. He's 14 overs, of course, some 58 runs. And so Brathwaite will continue from that far end. So another easy single, and the Leeward score has gone on to 437. Barbados inserting the Leewards. So we now see two umpires having a little conversation maybe about the ball. Umpire Williams having a little conversation with 437 for 6.
It's a good position for the Leewards to be in. And we noticed the way these two are batting. They seem to have settled in for a long haul. And one gets the impression that the Leewards, they're planning to bat as long as possible.
Well, they have the ideal conditions to do that. And Brathwaite looking to get another wicket, a floater outside the off stump, and Doran was looking to force it into the offside. Got it down to extra cover, down to cover. And there's Doran backing away again to a delivery. Got it down towards short third man for a single.
Durham must be eyeing up a 50 here. He's on 35, 15 runs away.
Jamaica Scorpions 125 for 3. And Guyana 221 for 3 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago 240. Captain Brathwaite is bowling from that far end. He's bowling around the wicket.
So obviously Guyana headed in the right direction.
Oh, yes.
And if they continue to do as well, they could see themselves retaining the championship consecutive years.
So the over is completed. 438 for 6 here at Warner Park, and Justin Graves on 121, getting good support from Daniel Doram.
Yes, 438 for 6. And we have had 131 overs in the day's play so far. And you take 90 from that, it would give you some 41 overs bowled in the day's play so far. And we're in the second session, just approaching the first hour after the tea break.
So Warwick will continue. And the Durham is on 35, so there's a slip, there's a forward short leg, there is a short mid-off. There's a mid-off, there's a cover. And there is a mid-on driving in the air. Down towards McAllister, who has taken the catch, moving across to his right and taken a well-judged catch. It was played in the air. And Durham holding out to the fielder down at long on. So Durham has been dismissed. The Leewards losing the 7th wicket with a score on 438.
Yes, a good catch there by McAllister, moving very smartly to his right and taking the catch. As we see Thomas going out now to bat. And almost suggests to me that Cornwall might not be coming out to bat today. But the drinks break is being taken, and we are going to take a drinks break also.
So we're back after that water break and a fall of the wicket of Daniel Durham, who was caught. McAllister bowled Warwican for 35. So Warwican has picked up his 5th wicket, Carlisle, as I welcome you back.
Well, definitely, he's the pick of the bowlers easily here for Barbados, and has another fifer.
And Justin Graves continued to bat. He's on 121. Now Oisin Thomas here. So we have not seen the advent of the captain of the Leewards team. So it's quite strange that the captain of the Leewards team has not come out to bat as yet. It's 7 wickets down. So Durham would have batted before him, and now see that Devon Thomas is also, or Oisin Thomas, sorry, has replaced Daniel Durham, who made a 35, gave good support to Justin Graves. So they put on a partnership of some 64 runs. Warwican was picked up 5 wickets, will continue. So So I'm sure Barbados would want to keep Justin Greaves off the strike and see how quickly they can dismiss the remaining batters for the Leewards. And as Thomas playing the ball in the air, went quickly past the fielder, that's Jonathan Drakes at forward short leg, and he's off the mark. So a single to Thomas, take the score now to 439. So Leeward started the day at 270 for 5. So they've scored 169 runs. And some 41.4 overs. Graves, who is on 121, will face it up to Warwick around the wicket. So Graves does look quite comfortable, quite easy. And he's picking up the run, the singles. And Thomas has come back into strike, so Graves has no difficulty in allowing Thomas to face the final delivery of the over from Warwican. Warwican has picked up 5 for 109. He'll be bowling his final delivery, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Thomas. And Thomas will get a single. So it means that Thomas will be on strike at the start of the next over. So the over is completed, over 100 and over number 132, and the Leewards 440 for 7.
And listen, we keep saying how well Justin Graves has batted here for the Leewards, and it really shows, because he came in yesterday when the Leewards were in a bit of trouble, and with Joel Andrew, they put on a partnership of some 93 runs to take it from 119 for 4 to 212 for the loss of 5 wickets, and he has soldiered on manfully.
Brathwaite will bowl to Thomas. And there's Thomas looking to swing. Missed it. So I'm sure Brathwaite will fancy his chances of picking up a wicket in this over. The ball signaled by the umpire always not well. The fielder was off the field. And Thomas is pushing down to the fielder short at the mid-off position, just on the edge of the square, on top of the square. That's Wickham. Thomas defends a flat and faster delivery from the captain of the Barbados team. So it has been an excellent day. Yesterday was overcast all day, but just had the sunshine for all day so far, all afternoon. Brathwaite is in his 16th over, none for 60.
This is it, Greggy.
And there's Thomas swinging into the onside.
I'm a little bit puzzled here. That's the 4th delivery of the over, and Graves has come through for the single. Well, maybe he's fancying himself to get a single of the 2 remaining deliveries so that he can get back on strike. Because we saw last over, Thomas took a single off the last ball of the over.
Yeah. So the captain is bringing in the field, asking the fielder who was down at back of the square to come in short, long off, has come into mid-off. So they'll be trying to prevent Justin Greaves from getting a single. Get it easily, just turn it around the corner. And so Justin Greaves will take strike at the end of that over. Another single to Justin Greaves. He continues to bat well. At the end of the over, 443 for 7, the Leewards.
And I'm sure that when Barbados won the toss and asked the Leewards to bat, that they probably would have been thinking, okay, we could get this Leewards team out. If we can get them out for a score of about 300, that would be reasonable. But the Leewards have been batting now for The entire first day's play, that's 3 sessions. The session up to lunch, and then we are halfway through this middle session on day 2. So you're talking about 4.5 sessions so far. Not a lot going for the Barbados bowling apart from Warwick.
He will continue from this media center end. Justin Graves has been there for 260 balls. He's on 123. Warwick has bowled the bulk of the overs for Barbados. And Graves will just walk through for a single. Goes down to long on, and Thomas will now have the responsibility of getting Justin Graves back on strike.
Yeah, Graves seemed to have made up his mind that he's not in the shielding business. So single off the very first ball of the over, not a problem.
Thomas is on 3. He has faced some 8 deliveries. So we have a 6-3 field as a slip, an extra cover, and a mid-off deep. And there is Thomas probably shaping up for a big shot, and he realized the ball wasn't there and just pushed it, went in the air, but dropping well short of Warwick, who was moving around to his right. Hit it in the air, a chance for a catch, and Ford should take it. He has taken it, caught at the deepish mid-off position. There was the batter Thomas looking for the drive, probably turned it into the onside. The outer portion of the bat went high in the air. Another wicket for Warwick, and the 8th wicket has gone down for the Leewards. They are 444 for 8.
And that was always on the cards. O'Shane Thomas has shown that he carries a bat out there because it's required, but not that he has the ability to use the bat to any great effect. And so that was always on the cards. Once you toss it up, he just didn't seem to be able to resist just going for the shot. Maybe he prefers bowling. So let's see how he bowls when he has a chance. Spencer is coming out. In the last game played here, he got a single. Had some talking to from the batsman who was at the crease with him, and promptly swung across the delivery and got bowled. Maybe he has better batting material than we saw in the last game. So just let's look at that. 444 for 8 though, and still we haven't seen the captain come to the crease, which means that he probably doesn't intend to come to the crease to bat in this game.
So 8 wickets down, and Captain Cornwall has not made his way into the middle. If a wicket falls now, we'll have to wait and see whether or not he will come onto the field. I've not gotten any information as to whether or not he is unwell, but we just have not seen him. He has not made his advent onto the field. We expected him to probably come at the fall of Jamal Hamilton's wicket, but Doran came. We have seen 2 other batters have come out since then. So Warwick has picked up 6 wickets in all this. He will go around the wicket to Spencer. Spencer is beaten outside the off-stump, caught behind. Is he? Out, caught. Is he caught? But he's out. The umpire has raised the finger. We look at it on the monitor. First delivery, outside the off-stump. And Warwick has picked up 7 wickets, Carlisle.
And the players are leaving the field, which means that the Leewards have declared their innings with 9 wickets down. No sign of the captain Cornwall. No sign whether or not he's at the ground.
So LBW came back and struck him on the back leg. The peel went up, and so Javier Spencer has been dismissed. And the Leewards 444 for 9, and they're coming off the field. So the Leewards innings has come to an end, 444 for 9. And Justin Graves played an excellent knock, 124. And good knock by Justin Graves, his 2nd century for the season. So the Leewards 444 for 9 in 133.4 overs. Top score, as we said, Justin Graves made 124, 84 to Jamal Hamilton, 66 to Joel Andrew, 55 to Casey Carty, and 7 for 111 to Jamaica Warwick. And to Leewards were inserted by Barbados yesterday afternoon when they won the toss. And the innings has come to an end at 444 for 9. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so.
Well, we are back here at Warner Park. The Leeward Islands declared at 444 for 9, with Graves 124 not out. And another 44 was left in the display. So Barbados would have to bat for 44 overs. And good afternoon once more to Carlisle.
Good afternoon. And we're saying the Leewards declared. But did the Leewards declared, or is it that the Captain Cornwall is unavailable because he's not on the field?
Well, we have been told officially that it's a declaration.
Well, that's how it has to go down in the book.
So, oh, he is one flashed at by Brathwaite, and it was short lifting just outside the off stump, and flashed that missed and through to the keeper. So Cornwall not on. The question is, who is directing the ship out there? I suspect it's Casey Carty. So the Leeward start with 2 slips, Cully. And Walsh is on. The Brathwaite gets it into the onside. But Carlisle just over half an hour, 40 minutes or so left in the session. And then the final session, but nowadays we do not count it by minutes, we count it by overs. And 43 overs left in the display after this one. Edged and caught. Durham takes the catch at slip, and Brathwaite goes caught off the bowling of Spencer for no score.
I have to feel for Brathwaite. He has been having this poor run of scores recently. And this one was a delivery that he could very well have left. It was outside the line of the off stump. And here was he playing with his bat away from his body. And Doran just simply waited. He didn't snatch at it. He just waited, allowed it to come to him and take a very simple catch. And so Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados captain, has gone back to the pavilion for no score. I'm not going to say like some people, it didn't trouble the scorers. They had to enter that he's out caught by Doran and slipped for no score. So it did trouble them, but his low run of scores continues.
Yes, and you know, a ball, as you said, we saw him earlier in the over. In fact, the first delivery flashing at one, which bounced a bit over the bat, a ball that he could have easily left alone.
And uncharacteristic for Brathwaite, balls like those he normally would leave. He must be pretty low on confidence.
Yes, certainly. And going back for duck. Off here, Carlisle. Our co-commentator was saying that he don't think he was going to get a wicket this afternoon. I did say you could never tell.
He didn't factor in Spencer. Because Spencer is on a bit of a roll.
Certainly.
Remember in the last game we were wondering why he kept bowling so very short, way back of a length. Well, he made the adjustment and he picked up 6 wickets. And he has continued in that vein.
And he is another good, the one that got Brathwaite, but it's left alone outside the off stump by Jonathan Drakes. He has been in good form, Jonathan Drakes. He has scored some 444 runs in the season so far and averaging just about 55.5. So he's in good form, coming in at number 3 for Barbados. Outside the off stump. And Drake's showing the discipline, not playing a shot. And through it goes to the keeper. Some chickens going across the field. And Carlisle, we have an abundance of fouls in sync. It's wild fouls. Do you guys have that problem in Nevis?
I can't say that. In my area, I see some. I don't know if they're wild or if they have owners who let them out.
Well,
End of the first over, though. Barbados are yet to score. 1 wicket down, the wicket of the captain.
444, the target, the initial target. And captain going early. So, good start for the Leewards. And speaking of captain, of course, the Leeward Islands captain is not out there. And, you know, Carlisle, it's always good, you know, when a team goes into the field and they don't have a good target at which to bowl at. It offers them some options. Thomas will start from the media center, and he will be looking to put in a good spell this afternoon. Graves, of course, made 124 not out, and rather strangely, he was
That's it.
giving up the strike to a batsman like Thomas at the start of the over.
That's
And in fact, Thomas was getting singles also off the last delivery of the over. And Carlisle one wonders if Graves was bent on coming not out, which he eventually did. Shane Mosley is the batsman, left-handed.
You notice that the Leewards have gone on the attack even more. There's a third slip in.
Yes, a third slip and a gully. So that early wicket, of course. Nice drive through the offside, 4 runs. Well played by Mosley in his half. And he just eased it into the cover region and picked up a nice boundary.
We have gone past Valentine. Christmas is long gone. Our independence is not coming up until September. What gift is that?
Easter.
Oh, that's an Easter gift. That's like chocolates and Easter egg by O'Shane Thomas. Right in the slot and saying, just hit me. And this is, you want to see better quality bowling from somebody like O'Shane Thomas. That's too easy.
Charges in now. This is much better, but played into the onside. Still a very good batting track, and we expect it to remain like this throughout, based on what we have seen over the past couple of weeks. And I know, Carla, you will say that the batsmen out there, they just need to bat and do not look at the scoreboard. Shot. And allowed to go through by the batsman. Callan, we've had some interesting results so far. One game finishing inside of 2 days in regional cricket. I'm sure you would have something to say on that.
I mean, the Windwards team has a number of batsmen who have played international cricket for the West Indies. And they were rolled over by the academy very quickly.
Nicely pushed. In fact, it's a defensive stroke, and it races towards the long on boundary. And they pick up 2. Windwards, of course, finished in second place last year, Carlisle.
Very disappointing this year. I mean, look how competitive they were last weekend against Barbados. They pushed Barbados a lot. Eventually, they lost the game outright, but it was a battle going through the entire 4 days of the competition.
Yes, certainly. So they, of course, would have to go back to the drawing board. Their season is over. Played into the onside. Mosley's charging down. His partner is not interested. Drakes is not interested in the run, and he has to regain his ground rather quickly. There we see, turned into the onside. He's just charging down the track, picked up there by Henry, and he eventually gets back. So, as you said, Carlisle, Jammer Hamilton with the gloves. And we have seen this back and forth. But I think, though, Leewards needs to allow Joel Andrew to bat. Don't think he's the greatest of wicket keepers. Still young in the trade, of course. Oh, he pulls the gloves away, takes the glove.
Too late.
Pulls it away too late indeed. He took the glove and threw to the keeper, and the catch was taken, and the finger goes up. But that was a sharp lifter there by Thomas, and he picks up a wicket.
A serious delivery there by O'Shane Thomas. You could see that he put some effort into that, and it was sharp. The batsman trying to get his gloves out of the way. It just brushed the gloves on the way through. And Jamar Hamilton and the rest of the Leewards team knew. And all of a sudden, Barbados are 2 wickets down for 6 runs.
Yes, and I don't know. I know you are not one who believes in scoreboard pressure, but certainly Leeward starting well. A good score on the board, 444 for 9 declared, and picking up 2 early wickets.
And 2 wickets to the pace bowlers as well. And 2 serious wickets. Well, one of them, the first wicket of Brathwaite, he rather followed that, and guided it. But this one was a good delivery, very good delivery by O'Shane Thomas.
A fairly quick delivery too. And of course, Carlisle, the Leeward Island opening bowlers, they're much quicker than the Barbados opening bowlers. So they seem to be attracting a bit more from this. In fact, they attracting a bit more from this strip than the Barbados opening bowlers.
And this has nothing to do with preparation moisture, because all of that would have gone a long time ago.
Oh yes, certainly. It was very hot today, and we know that track would have been baked today by that sun, which really blazed down all day long. Match, of course, starting at 1 o'clock, so that track would have had quite a bit of exposure to the sun throughout the day. See umpire Jackie Williams going down and having some words with Spencer, perhaps infringing on that area.
Look a long way down to me. The danger area, if my memory serves me right, starts 4 feet down.
So perhaps just having some quiet words with Spencer. 6 for 2 Barbados outside the off stump. And certainly keeping it just on about or outside the off stump and going fairly full in this spell so far. So he must have learned something from the last match. Oh, that's a good one, lifting, but it goes for 4. Just to the left of Joel Andrew, who's at gully. The ball running away for 4. He dove across. We look at it again. It's a good delivery, short lifting, just to the left of Andrew.
Played it well.
And yes, in fact, he did. He stood to his full, it kept it down. And the ball raced away for 4. So Wickham is the non-striker at the far end. As this one is pushed up to wideish mid-off. So Carlisle, Hamilton having a good match, still very fit, still very agile. In his 35th year, 34 years old. 35 in September. He, of course, would have played the first day-night match we would have had here at Warner Park in 2014. In contrast to his performance so far in this match, he would have made naught and 4 in that particular match. So didn't have a very good match at that time, but since then he certainly has improved in his play, in his batting, but he has left in the tank, and no longer will he go on. So on the hips and turned into the leg gully area, and he picks up a single. Drakes. So that single takes him to 5, and that's the latest score here. In fact, the latest score 10 for 2, Barbados. So both of the opening bowlers, they've picked up a wicket. As we look at some spectators in what has become the most popular stand for these games, Carlisle, that southwestern stand.
It's where the shade is as well at this time of the afternoon. The sun is setting side of the island.
Well, I've been there since morning, but I guess one of the reasons too is that it's closer to the gate. When one comes in, I don't think one would want to walk all the way over to the southeastern stand, which is some distance away. Swan is down the inside, eludes Hamilton and goes away for 4 byes.
You see, there's an argument for delivery against the keeper, because you look back and you would say that Hamilton gave up a 4 byes, but that gave him no chance.
Yeah, exactly, and that was exactly my thought, you know.
Pitch wide of the leg stump, and he was making good ground going towards his left, putting in the dive, but just a wayward delivery by O'Shane Thomas.
Yes, certainly. And you're also correct with that, Carlisle. That was just my thoughts, as you know, very hard goes against him. This one is down the onside, but I can sense that Thomas is really running in now and giving it his all. He's really bending his back. Cornwall out there at the moment. And one wonders his situation, his condition, whether or not he'll be back in the match. Of course, the Leewards will be missing a bowler. Wickham defense.
I wonder, you go 10 years into the future, and Mosley, somebody will be telling Mosley that he got bounced out and at Warner Park.
Yeah, that's right.
That's not going to make him happy at all.
It was a good one, though, from O'Shane Thomas. Tried to pull the glove away, but was in doing so. This one is wayward down the onside. And Hamilton has to really charge around to collect. $15 for 2. And this could be considered a dream start for the Leeward Islands. Down the onside once more. This is wayward bowling by Thomas.
If this were white ball cricket, he probably would have a big challenge finishing the over. This is starting wide and with the angle going even wider down the leg side.
And he has bowled wider deliveries in this spell so far. See Graves at first slip, swinging the arms, doing a bit of warm-up. Oh my goodness, there's a shot for catch. The bowler doesn't seem to be too interested. The slips and the close-in fieldsmen go up.
By O'Shane Thomas was down the leg side for what 5 of the deliveries that he bowled. But then again, if he's what you said to O'Shane Thomas, if your one good delivery is going to give the Leewards a wicket, they'll take it.
Well, Thomas would tell you that he bowled a maiden over. And it would go down in the record as a maiden over, not wide deliveries down the leg side. But certainly, had that being white ball cricket, it would have been a different story altogether. He would be still at the end of his run, looking to go in for his first delivery maybe. This one is outside the off stump to Wickham. Wickham yet to get off the mark.
I know you have been looking for swing all game, so I wanted to look closely at Spencer because he's bowling left arm over the wicket, but there's a bit of a curl on the delivery as it goes past the stumps, curling back into the off.
No.
This one jogs back, probably from the seam, and played into the onside by the batsman. Once Williams comes down and looks at that danger area. And now she's having some words with the bowler. Two slips gully. There's a backward point cover. Mid off. Short lifting, my goodness, that one certainly passed close to the bat and giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt. He might have dropped his hand and allowed it through. But certainly that pass pretty close. We look at it again. Short, and that bat was pretty close to that one, Carlisle.
Yeah, he followed it.
So Spencer once more. And Leeward certainly do have the Barbados batsman under some pressure at this point, having picked up the 2 early wickets. As we progress into the afternoon, the favorable for the bowling team. It would be a lot cooler. Pushed up to mid-off. And it's fielded there by Carty, no run. Has to be careful, Carlisle. He seems to be really encroaching on that danger area. Of course, he's coming right, left arm over the wicket. That's another good delivery. Seamed it back a bit, but well played in the end by Wickham.
You see what confidence can do? Just the wickets in the last game, the 6 wickets in the last game, and Spencer is bowling at a much fuller length and asking serious questions of the batsmen. It was way shorter in the last game against Guyana. Look at the beautiful sunset captured by the camera crew.
Yeah, that seems to be captured from over in the Frigate Bay area. They probably might have been on the strip when they captured that, but in fact in the boardwalk area, that's the seems to be the point there at the Fort Thomas area. This one.
But you're saying border.
But from
Okay.
Boardwalk, is it? It was captured from Boardwalk. And they captured the sunset. Of course, the sun is going west, Carlisle.
Got you.
And that is west.
I have you. Have you.
So, what
O'Shane started with another leg side delivery. So his radar needs resetting.
well, his radar was like that in the last over. He has a lot of reset to do. And imagine there are 3 slips and a gully waiting, and he's going down the leg side all the time. Oh, here we go again. Yes, I think he needs to get a new radar.
But he seems to be falling away at the point of delivery. And this is not going to help him as he's targeting that top of off stump line. He seems to be falling away when he delivers the ball. So that's pushing it down the leg side.
Yeah, 3 slips waiting and a gully.
They probably should give him 2 leg slips.
And then he would have to remove the backward screen long leg.
Don't need him.
Here we go again. This one on the pads clipped away for 4. So strain down the onside once more. And Drake's just clipped it down to fine leg for 4.
So he has bowled 8 consecutive deliveries down the leg side.
So obviously he would be looking to tighten up a bit, and Carlisle perhaps, as you rightly said, perhaps they should give him 2 slips and dispense with the backward screen long leg. And just give him 1 slip on the offside. In that case, he probably might need a gully. Oh my goodness.
He's bowling a lovely line to a left-hander. The problem is he's bowling to a right-handed batsman.
That's correct. Should he look to change his line of approach? Should he go around the wicket and try to angle one across the batsman body? But so far he's just angling down the leg side. Let's wait and see. But
If he continues to bowl like this, there is only one place for him. Put him in a fielding position.
well, most
Take the
definitely.
ball from him.
Oh, here we go, Carlisle. Here we go. Leg slip in. Backward square comes to forward square. And the man at fine leg being asked to go a bit wider.
Makes me look like I know something about the game.
And this one is edged. And ironically, this one was outside of Carlisle. And we look at it again. He has bowled outside off. Mr. Greaves having some words with the standing captain, Casey Carty. So the gully put in place, and Thomas going outside the off stump and conceding 4, but inducing an inside edge from the batsman. So Drake has 13. Wickham is yet to score 23 for 2 in over number 6. And now he has bowled a no ball.
this has been a poor spell by O'Shane Thomas. Yes, he did get the wicket, 1 wicket of Mosley, but it has been a really poor spell by O'Shane Thomas. And for somebody of his experience, you don't expect him to be consistently failing to hit a good line on the off stump like this. I mean, you expect a lot better. He's a senior pro.
International player. He has played international cricket for the West Indies. And should I call it?
Yes.
The over comes to an end though, but another delivery down the leg side.
Spencer has changed his mode of delivery. He's now going to come around the wicket. Not Spencer, in fact, it's in his race. And now carrying duties as a bowler. Did have quite an extended spell in the game against Guyana.
Time, boys. Get another before lunch here, boys. Come, fellas. Come on, boys. Get another before lunch here, lad. Sorry. Oh, no. Now whip. Hey, boys. Oi. Hey, what? 1-1. Oi. Like that. Come, just come from the square that. Now, what? 1-1.
So Carlisle, we have a bowling change at the fine, the first bowling change. As this one is clipped off the pads for 4. And one would have thought that the bowler to be replaced would have been O'Shane Thomas from the media centre end. But rather Spencer has been taken out of the attack. We don't know if it's a switch around. We'll have to wait and see at the end of this over. But Spencer, of course, has been the better of the two bowlers, has shown more control than O'Shane Thomas. This is a wide delivery, wide of the off stump. And it goes through to the keeper. So 28 for 2. And we look at Casey Carty has the ball. In fact, Spencer has been switched around.
Very, very, very surprised if O'Shane had been given another over. He did pick up a wicket, but he was wayward in his delivery.
So, as expected, been switched around. As we looked at the pass they have there. Tanker in the distance. Spencer starts wide of the off stump. And I think in that spell against Guyana Carlisle, he would have picked up most of his wickets from this end.
Correct.
One for 5. He's in his 4th one. Wide of the off stump once more and allow through to the keeper. So. Two slips are gully in place. There's a point. Extra cover is in place of mid-off. Mid-on. Square leg just backward and long leg outside the off stump, but a little closer to the off stump this time. And Drake picks up the line and allows. .444 scored by the Leeward Islands, with a top score of 124 by Justin Graves, and Hamilton getting 84. Young Andrew 66 outside the off stump.
Still too short though.
Of course, Casey Carty also got a this one is closer and bouncing a bit, but well played in the end by the batsman. Showing good judgment, knowing where his off stump is, and allowing it through. Much closer to the off stump than the one that would have gotten Brathwaite out. Brathwaite really hung the bat out and gave it away. So he's getting runs as he plays backward square. Just a single.
Time.
So we have had 8 overs completed in the Barbados innings. There are 36 overs left in the day's play. And in fact, the players are coming off and it's
dinner
gonna
time.
Be dinner time. So the position here at dinner time, the Hurricanes 444 for 9, Graves getting 124, and we had Warwickon picking up 6 wickets. We also had good scores from Hamilton 84, young Andrew, he got 66, and Carty got 55. And Leewards, they have picked up 2 wickets, and the Barbados 29 for 2. And we have some 36 overs in the final session.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Joel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself. And just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom is very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic. But that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home. to me. Receiving, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because this is the biggest party in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old. We could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now, and international games. It was fantastic. The noise. It was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it, but it was home for us, or for me anyway. And I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and So Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts and he retired hurt. And it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He has whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy.
course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
He knows what the people have been saying about him, and he has really silenced everyone with that.
Age is truly just a number.
This has been a flawless knock from Jason Mohammed. He's been methodical and calculating. He has really shown relentless perseverance in reading the game.
Over the last 5 to 6 years, I think I've really worked hard in terms of my fitness and batting, so to speak, in the nets. As you said before, I think there's one thing I really want to accomplish is playing Test cricket. Not sure if it's going to happen or not, but I know this will be obviously my last opportunity. I think in the past, knowing I wanted to play Test cricket so much, even at a younger age, just wanted to play for West Indies. I think I put a little bit too much pressure on myself of thinking about the outcome and what is going to happen after the season and if I'm going to be on a West Indies Test team or not, rather than now knowing that, hey, this is your last opportunity, just go out there, enjoy yourself, express yourself. Although there's a lot of talk with around about my age and stuff, I think as a sportsman, as a cricketer, I think once you are fit and once you are performing, I think that's the main asset of playing cricket and playing international cricket for West Indies. So I think just having a clear mind and just trying to enjoy my cricket and just working on the things that I need to work on in order to produce the runs. Obviously looking to score at the end of the day is most important. That's something now I've changed a little bit more this year in the 4-day tournament. I think I'm looking to score rather than just bat time as well. So I think that's something has really helped me and it's working really well this far. I had set some really goals for myself, some really big goals, and I think I know I had was to get a couple big 100 in order to get there. So in the past, if I was to get to 100, I would relax a little bit or just try go all out attack rather than now knowing that I have to score big runs in order to achieve what I want. You know, I sort of really just start over after I get into 100. Myself, I just want to be remembered for someone who has really worked hard. Obviously, I've gone through a lot of difficult times in first-class cricket and in my career, but you know, I've never given up. Some people might have, and then with everything else happening with age and everything, I know a lot of people would have walked away. So I just want to be remembered for someone who was strong mentally and always had the love and the passion for the game and always worked hard to achieve whatever I think I wanted to achieve in this game. To play Test cricket is the ultimate for international cricket. Doesn't matter at what age, if it was to happen, it will obviously be a very proud moment in my life and for my family life. I think I'll put it down as my best moment at international cricket if it was to happen. As I said before, this game demands so much from you and you feel a lot more than you perform, especially as a batsman. I think at certain periods of time, when things wasn't going my way, even self when I was doing well and wasn't being selected for certain times at West Indies cricket, I think I would have walked away, but I'm grateful that I have a very strong family background, especially for my parents who have supported me from day one. And being married 10 or 11 years now, my wife has really been a strong part in my career as well. You know, she's someone who has always motivated me and said, hey, let's look forward and look forward for doing great things. And I think they are the main reason why I'm still here and while I'm still performing. And now is my time sort of much to give back to them, to say, hey, I'm grateful and thankful for the support that you guys have given me over the last couple of years.
.22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicestown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again. Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, be back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Ford is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hetmeyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer and I'm giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, it was, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's my neighbor, and she was always telling me from young days she knew I was going to be a cricketer because I had the ball string up, and at 12 and 1 o'clock in the night, she can't sleep because I'm just on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, you know, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. You know, he would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, you know, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like, he's evolved into such a great player. You know, kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, and I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching, he'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Ford, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. You know, I call him my hero, and for me, every time I step on the field, you know, I just want to make him proud, because I know if he has work that day, you know, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, you know, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but, you know, my dad, he just allowed me to do, you know, aspire my dreams.
You played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team, to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139, and it was like 138, and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, you know, I know the boys are elated, and you know, we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've bowled with for a number of years in St. Lucia. Jaden, who you played the U19 World Cup with.
How's that? Yep, got him.
Shamar, who's also under 25 and younger like you guys. It seems like there's a new life in this one international team because of the age of you guys. What can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. You know, it's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today, and before training we meet as a group, and Alzari is the leader of the group, and he was like, okay, today whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And you know, everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work, and we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Ford, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. You know, he tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier, and you know, he would always give you that opportunity. He would always give you that chance. He would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos, and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, like, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go out to every practice and every game, like, we huddle up, I'd say the prayer, you know, and for me, like, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, as a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many, and you continue to inspire, and it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have, I hope you keep it up, and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Go well.
Good evening and welcome back to Warner Park. You're about to see the final session of day 2 here at Warner Park. The Leewards closed their inning on 444 for 9 of 133.4 overs, and Barbados in reply at the break they were 29 for 2 after 8 overs. Carlisle, good evening.
Yeah, it's a very good evening. The lights have been turned on here at Warner Park, still to take full effect, because we still have very good sunlight as the sun sets down in the west.
So Durham will start from that far end, and immediately Jonathan Jakes gets a single. So we have all of 36 overs to be bowled in this last session. Last evening Barbados had 34 overs to complete the first day's play. We ended just about 8:30. So the Leewards have 36 overs, and we'll have to wait and see how quickly they'll be able to get through those 36 overs. They have started with Durham, a spin, so which means might be able to get through the overs quicker. So you started with a slip, there's a point, there's a cover on the boundary, extra cover and a long off. And Henry is at forward short leg. There's a backward square and a mid wicket. So Cornwall is not on the field, the captain of the Leewards team. So Hayden Walsh Jr. is a substitute, and he's at backward point. Wickham is on 4, and Jonathan Jakes is on 15. Durham is bowling his first over from the far end. The game against Trinidad and Tobago, Durham didn't have a good match, and I'm sure by his standard he's hoping that this time around he will have a better outing.
No, he good.
The Leewards have dispensed with the forward short leg and sending that man back to the cover position.
So they have strengthened the offside field. Just the 1-1 coming from the first delivery of the over after the break. So in the match when Trinidad would have made 529, Durham had 29 overs, 1 for 124. Played back with a point. Louis has some running to do. Thinking about the second, going to come back for it. It is a bit wayward, and Wickham came back quickly for the second run.
Still not getting his length right in that over. Doran tended to be a little bit on the short side, and that is why they strengthened the offside field for him. But in that last delivery, just giving the batsman enough time. It was short, he just went back using the depth of his crease and played it square into the offside and got a couple of runs. So still too short there by Doran.
So O'Shane Thomas, who was short and wide, or too wide on the onside in his first spell, 3 overs, 1 for 15. He got a real sharp delivery to dismiss Mosley, but his overs have been wayward, and now he'll be given the responsibility of starting from the media center end after the break, and he'll be going over the wicket to bowl to Kevin Wickham. O'Shane Thomas has been around for some time, Carl. When he first came on the scene, everyone was thinking with his pace, he can be the next best fast bowler for the West Indies. He has not lived up to expectation. He had some fitness issues. So bowling to Jakes. This is a much better line delivery on the off stump, but no ball has been signaled by the umpire. So first delivery after the break by O'Shane Thomas. Maybe looking for an extra pace. He did get the ball to bounce outside the off stump, but he overstepped. An umpire signaling a no ball. So O'Shane Thomas, after some 6 years, he's now 28 years. He was his birthday in February. He's 28 years of age, and we have not seen any significant progress in terms of his performance, but yet still the Leewards persisting with using or having Thomas as part of your setup. Another delivery outside the off stump. shoulders arm taken behind by the keeper. So Thomas Carlyle has not progressed as we thought he would have when he first came on the scene.
You're absolutely correct with that. He had some speed, and some people seem to favor speed over everything else. But his direction, his line, his lengths, those have not been consistent at all. At least in this, right after the dinner break, he has been able to line them up on the off stump.
So Jakes is on 15. We're facing up to Thomas. Yeah, 3 slips on the gully. This one is a much closer delivery. Well left by the right-handed Jonathan Jakes. Kept his eyes on it closely and just allowed it to go through. So it's a better line in this first over after the break, because before the break his 3 overs were a bit wayward. A couple of deliveries going down the onside, and one of them beat the keeper and went down for 4. So he started on the off-stump line in his first over after this break. You have 3 slips, and that's where you would want to be bowling, with 3 slips on the gully and the keeper waiting. If you can just get it a little closer to the off stump, a little bit of movement, the keeper and the slips could come into action. Time looking for the Yorker. Got it full, and they just pushed it down into the offside. So Jonathan Jakes, the number 3 batter for Barbados, has gotten amongst the runs for the season. I'm sure he'll want to end well. Still a good batting strip here at Warner Park. 33 for 2. The Leewards made 444 for 9. The captain Cornwall did not bat. A little bit too wide outside the off-stump. Another no ball has been signaled by umpire Gostad. The 2 no balls have been delivered by Usher and Thomas. Maybe seeking for some extra pace, Carlisle?
Yeah, but that's not needed. What he needs right now is to make the batsmen play, and he hasn't done that consistently in this spell.
34 for 2, Barbados, and the captain Brathwaite would have been out caught at slip of the bowling of Spencer. He made a duck. He went on the score. There was no run on the board in the first over, and then Mosley went caught at the wicket off Thomas, getting a delivery coming from the inner portion of the bat, went down to Spencer, down at long leg, a single to Jakes, and a single in the dark came from the inner portion of the bat and went down towards the long leg area. With a single, total has gone on to 35 for 2. Thomas is in his 4th over of bowling from the media center end. So sun is setting in the west. This is a day-night encounter. The lights here at Warner Park are on. And there's Thomas searching for the Yorker, but Wickham came down hard on it and pushed it through the vacant mid-on area down towards the boundary for 4, and a boundary to Wickham takes the score on to 10.
And this is what you get with O'Shane Thomas. Every now and again he's going to give you that 4 delivery. That is much too straight for the field that he has set. You have 3 slips, a gully, man at cover, extra cover, and a mid-off in the offside. And just the fielders down at long leg and mid-on here. He gets straight like that, he's going to be punished all the time.
Just the 2 fielders on the onside, a long leg and a straight mid-wicket. And they will go through quickly for a single, as Michael Louis has to do some running across to his right, and the return is not backed up, and it goes down towards the boundary for 4, so they get 5 runs. The return came in from Michael Louis, misses the stumps, and the fielders on the offside couldn't stop it, and it went into the boundary for 4.
So very expensive over there. That 4 overthrows, no fault of the bowler though, O'Shane Thomas. That run was always going to be on Gary. No need to throw the ball.
Yes, there was no need, and as a result, cost them extra 4 runs. So the total has gone on to 44, so 5 runs with that last delivery. So the one will continue. Well, it seems as though Spencer has been brought into the attack from the far end. So Durham, as the captain, was not happy with the way maybe Durham was bowling or bowled the first over, has decided to go back to Spencer, who got the wicket of Craig Brathwaite, caught by Durham at slip.
But you see, Spencer bowled the last over before the dinner break from the media centre end. And so perhaps he said, listen, I need to bowl from the other end.
The delivery just a bit too wide of the off. Some a little bit of seam movement away with the left arm over the wicket, taken behind by the keeper. Spencer, you have seen a lot of Spencer. Is he a good bowler?
An improved bowler. Had some challenges in the last game against Guyana, where early in his spell he tended to bowl way too short. But he picked up some wickets, got some very much needed confidence, and is bowling a much fuller line in this game so far. And that is how he got his wickets.
So 2 steps on the gully waiting. He's driven beautifully through the offside for 4. Too full. And there was Wickham coming onto the front foot and drove it through extra cover down towards the boundary for 4.
It was a gift. That was a half volley right in the slot. And so he just had to extend his arms and stroke that down to the vacant position for 4. Played it well.
48 for 2. And with that shot, you now see the fielder being sent down towards the back of the point boundary. Is it necessary to have the fielder going down on the boundary?
The modern art of captaincy. Somebody hit you for a boundary, so you send out an outrider.
So Spencer will continue from that far end. Slow delivery, short. Batsman had to wait on it. That's Wickham. Total remains on 48 for 2. Leewards made 444. 124 now out to Justin Graves, his 2nd century of the season. And another good haul for Warwican, picking up 7 wickets. 7 for 111 from 38.4 overs. A bit closer to the off stump, but well judged by Wickham. The shoulders armed, allows it to go through over the stumps, and Wickham is on 19. So Warwican picking up 7 wickets. He came into this game with some 24 wickets, so he has added another 7. That will take him up to 31. Delivery just too wide of the off stump, and Wickham is not going to be tempted as yet. He just showed his arms, watches it go through to be taken by the keeper. So the other bowlers for Barbados to have taken a wicket would have been Ford and Cumberbatch. Ford had 1 for 47 from 17 overs, and Cumberbatch 1 for 67 from 19. Jamal Hamilton got 84. Joel Andrew 66, 55 to Casey Carty. That's a lovely drive. Straight down the ground on the onside of the pitch for 4. Pitched up. And there was Wickham coming forward and played it beautifully straight back down the straight. The bowler couldn't stop it into the boundary to bring up the end of the over. And with that shot, the total has gone on to 50. The 50 coming up for Barbados, 52 for 2.
Over pitch, right in the slot. Beautiful shot though. Very well played. And so he has to work on his lengths. When he's not too short, he's too full. And twice in the over that he came up there in the half volley area, he got driven for 4 runs. Both times, very good shots.
As the sun sets in the western sky, and Barbados looking to get set. These 2 batters, and Barbados, I'm sure, hoping that these 2 can take them as close as possible to the end of the day's play. Means that they'll have to bat in excess of 30 overs. So O'Shane Thomas will continue from this immediate centre end. 4 overs, 1 for 27. So there's you have 2 steps. There's a gully point, there's a cover and the mid off. There's a long leg, back of square, and the mid wicket. Short, wide outside the off stump. And the batsman has to watch it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So O'Shane Thomas spell in the first over. He delivered 2 no balls, and now this first delivery short and wide outside the off stump. And has not made the batsman play. So he has pace, but he's too wayward. And so as a result, he's not putting any pressure on the Barbados batters. Jakes is on 16, would want to get a good score for Barbados. And it's taken brilliantly by the keeper, Jamal Hamilton. This one touched on just on about the off stump, a little bit of movement. The batsman played at it as Jakes. Edge found, taken brilliantly by Jamal Hamilton, and Barbados, they have lost their 3rd wicket.
Wonderful catch by Jamal Hamilton, diving away to his right and picking up the 3rd wicket for the Leewards. O'Shane Thomas gets 2. So when he's good. And that one, he was just playing with his bat too far away from his body. And look at that. What a magnificent catch by Jamal Hamilton. And so a wicket down. Drakes has to go back to the pavilion. And Barbados are 3 down for 52.
Yes, they're certainly up against it. The Leewards made 444. So O'Shane Thomas got this one to just a little closer outside the off stump. The batsman played it at it. And edge found excellent catch by Jamal Hamilton. He was going to his right and dipping. And he diving away and took an excellent catch. So Kyle Mayers has made his way into the middle. He would need to get some runs. He would want to play a long knock. He's an experienced player who would have played at the highest level. And this is the highest level in terms of regional cricket, so he would want to make some runs. This is a good batting strip. But O'Shane Thomas has picked up his 2nd wicket, even though he has been a bit wayward. And once he's picking up wickets, I'm sure the Leewards will be happy. So Barbados certainly in a spot of bother at 52 for 3. Still trailed by 392 runs. This is the 2nd day, the last session of day 2 in the night encounter here at Warner Park. Still have the few spectators, the dedicated supporters of cricket in St. Kitts. So Mayers is getting a delivery in behind it. Left the bat in the air, but well clear of any of the fielders on the offside. Mayers mindful of the fact that he would need a good partnership with Kevin Wickham. Wickham is on 23. He has faced some 25 balls. And Mayers, left-hander. Ooh, short delivery. And the batter is struck on the shoulder. But the umpire is signaling for some assistance, maybe the medical team to come onto the field, look at it on the replay. Came off the shoulder and probably got onto the helmet.
Yes. So the umpires are correct.
So the concussion test will have to be carried out to ensure that he's okay. Well, that's the protocol that has been set by ICC. But a short delivery. And we saw a similar thing last night when Wickham was bowling from the far end. A short delivery, and the batter Graves would have, I believe, based on what we have seen, probably lost sight of it, and the ball struck him. And maybe a similar occurrence here with Mayers, but Thomas is a lot quicker than Wickham.
And Mayers is intent on staying out there. First of all, he said that it came from his shoulder. But the replays have shown that it came from the shoulder onto the helmet. And then the physio, Jackie, who has been working with this Barbados team since back when I was a manager back in the 90s. She was there going through the procedure, asking the questions and so on. He turned and walked away, and Jackie said, no, I'm not done. You come back, you know, because there's a certain procedure that they have to follow. And so she insisted on carrying out the entire procedure, asking the questions. Now they're satisfied, so Myers has returned to his crease, and the physio is making a way off the crease.
So play will continue, and Thomas will continue from the media center end. So he's picked up 2 wickets.
And a good show of aggression, Gary.
Yes, definitely.
No, why not stick the man under the helmet at silly mid-off?
2 fielders down on the boundary, backward square and long leg. Short, wide down the onside. Mayers thought about it, was a bit too wide, and just pulled out of the shot, allowed the ghost to be taken behind by the keeper. So Thomas just want to get back on the off-stump line. He was bowling to the right-handed Jakes. Now he's a left-hander, so he would have to refocus. We want to get his line right, line and length right. So there's Mayers looking to just whip it around the corner. Wait and see if there's any signal from the umpire. No signal, so got some baton to it. So he's off the mark. Over is completed. And it is 53 for 3 wickets, Barbados.
So an eventful over there by O'Shane Thomas. Not only did he pick up a wicket, but he also struck the batsman on his shoulder, which went on to his helmet. And at the end of it, though, Barbados are 3 down for 53. I don't think that this is the position that Barbados would have fancied finding themselves in. I mean, they won the toss. And contrary to all that I've witnessed here at Warner Park, they sent the opposition into bat. I mean, at Warner Park, you win the toss, and if the pitch is wet, you think about it, and then you bat.
But Barbados decided to think about it and then insert the Leewards. They had the Leewards at 119 for 4, but a few good partnership took them up to 449. Spencer will continue from that far end, and Mayers is swinging down over long on, 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. It was short, it was too slow, and the experience of Kyle Mayers stood on the back foot and swung it over mid-on, down towards the boundary for 4.
But you would think that the players out there on the field for the Leewards would know a bit about Kyle Mayers. Why have the mid-on in when you can put him back, knowing that this is the way that he plays?
So there is no
Just drop him a little deeper.
There is no change in the field. A short delivery, a bit wide, slapping it into the offside for a single. Short and wide, got it down to the deepish mid-off area for a single. So Mayers is on 5. Total has gone on to 58 for 3. And in over number 13. So we have some in over number 13 and over the remaining 31.4 overs. So Spencer will continue over the wicket. He'll be bowling to Wickham, who's on 23. He's driving, beautiful shot into the offside. Not even the fleet-footed Hayden Walsh Jr. could get around to stop it, but it's gone into the boundary for 4. Another lovely shot by Wickham.
Yeah, too easy. Just back of a length and allowed him to extend his arms. And that position is not protected down on the cover boundary. So good looking forward to him. He has played well so far, but that's too easy from Spencer. Every now and again he bowls these deliveries that just sit up and say, hit me.
Still have the 2 slips waiting. A little closer to the batter, a bit short of a length. And Wickham just watches it go through 27 years from 27 deliveries, so he's scoring quickly. A run per ball. He will want to spend some time in the middle. Still have a good start. That wasn't to be. Captain was out in the first over. So Wickham and Mayers would have some work to do. 63 for 2 in over number 13. 2 deliveries remaining in over number 13. And the Leewards will be happy with the way things have gone, Carlin.
Absolutely. They not only got a fairly decent score on the board, but they have picked up 3 wickets for Barbados. Don't know if you're following the top of the table clash, Gary. Trinidad and Tobago 240, Guyana 269 for 5. 2 days to go.
Yeah, and West Indies Academy, they've already won over the Windwards. Combined campuses and colleges against Jamaica. I think they were in the lead by about 12 runs with 7 wickets down. So that game will finish tomorrow.
Jamaica doing a lot better though. They are 206 for 5. So they're 12 runs ahead.
Yeah. So 1 delivery remaining in the 13th over. Wickham hits on 27. So that ball to bring up the end of the over. Barbados applying to Leewards 444 for 9. They are 63 for 3.
Yeah, good finish to the over there by Spencer. Early on in the over, he just rested down a couple of deliveries. But you don't want to do that when you're playing first-class cricket. You have to run in hard and give an honest performance. Finish the over really well.
So Thomas, who was successful in the last over, will be continuing from this media center end. And the Leewards will be hoping that he can get a couple of on target, a couple of quick deliveries on target. And Mayers, on the other hand, will be hoping he can get some wide and short delivery. We get a single, just forcing the delivery down to the fielder Walsh on the back of the point boundary. 1 more to the total. Mayers is on 6. He's on 7. And the Wickham is on 30 has come into the western sky. The lights are in full effect here at Warner Park. And Thomas going to bowl to Wickham. And we get an easy single. So with that single, he has gone on to 28. Barbados still trail by 380 runs. And the field changes over for the left-handed Kyle Mayers, who is on 7. Still have the fielder down at backward point. You have 2 slips on the gully. There's a point on the boundary, extra cover on the mid-off. And then we have a fielder down at the backward square area, and also there's a long leg, because Kyle Mayers love that short arm pick up on the onside. There are 2 fielders down on the boundary. Not a good shot delivery from Thomas, and the batsman just ducked underneath it, allowed it to go through, to be taken behind by the keeper. So I say welcome back to you, Earlsman.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, whichever the case might be. And we have Thomas in action here. Leewards, of course, picking up some 3 wickets. And Mayers is there. He's an aggressive player, renowned for his T20 prowess. And he's edging one, and it's going through to the keeper, who seems to be in a A bit of a bother there. That one must have struck him on the finger.
Dropped in front of him. And
so Hamilton, who is keeping wicket in this particular innings, we do not know what would unfold second time around if the Leeward Islands go into the field. But certainly, I know Gary, you would have said that the Leeward Islands would not have picked up any wickets today. Of course, that was said off here. But so far, they have picked up 3 wickets. And although this is a nice shot, but it goes down to backward point, just a single. I know Thomas has been very erratic, but so far he has picked up 2 wickets.
yes, based on the type of pitch, it have intimated that it might have been a challenge for the Leewards bowlers, but they got a couple deliveries on target, and that's what you want to do. All it takes is one delivery to get the wicket, and they have been able to pick up 2 wickets.
I think the Barbados captain, though, Cartwright was caught behind for duck. But we have seen some brilliance from the Leewards, though, as this one is played into the onside. And no run, the over comes to an end. And it's 66. The Leewards for 3. And we have had 14 overs, which means we have another 30 overs left in the day's play. So it seems as though we are going to be in for overtime this evening. Of course, last evening play went up to just about 8:30. And the scheduled close would have been at 8 o'clock, but we went right down to 8:30. And it seems as though we'll go beyond that this evening.
And the Leeward's going to continue to use the seamers. That will take it even longer for the overs to be completed.
Most definitely. And we would have had just the 1 over of spin so far, just to switch around the bowlers. And single to Mears. So Barbados chasing a big total. At dinner they were 29 for 2 from 8 overs. And they have another 29 overs left in the day's play to bat. But you see the physio running onto the field once more, so perhaps giving some attention to one of the Barbadian players. Young Cardell Cook runs onto the field. Of course, he has been used as substitute for Barbados. The 2 players getting ill. But this time it's Wickham, Kevin Wickham, who is on 28. He seems to be the one in a spot of bother. You see him holding the back of the left thigh. And of course, he's going to do a bit of stretching.
So maybe soften a little bit of cramp.
Well, hopefully it's just cramp, because a hamstring, of course, would impair him considerably. And he would be hoping, of course, that it's just cramp.
Well, he was in the field for the entire day and session and a half, and he also did some bowling, so that certainly probably would have taken a toll on his muscles.
It was a very hot day too, out there, so it's quite possible. And they always tell you that in these conditions you hydrate a lot, and play held up, and this of course is going to take us even further into the evening, that delay in play. But, my question though, Gary, with Cornwall not available at the moment, the Leeward Islands do have a couple of options out there in terms of spinner. We saw in the last game against Guyana in the second innings, we saw Karima Go getting an extended spell. Kadeem Henry, of course, he would have gotten a couple overs. He is an ambidextrous bowler, bowls with the left and right, and does a good job. So far, it's been the fast bowlers for the Leewards, but the question is whether or not with Cornwall off the field, we don't know if he'll be out tomorrow. We don't know the extent of, well, I don't know if it's an injury or an ailment.
Well, we have not gotten any report out of the Leeward Islands camp. All we can tell is that he didn't bat when he was required to bat. The Leeward's innings came to an end at 444 for 9.
Play held up a bit here. It seemed as though he's taking in some fluids, probably some minerals. And we'll continue.
So I'm sure the umpire now is getting involved because it's taking a little time. He has been there now for a few minutes. You cannot be on the field. And if you're not fit enough to continue, then you need to come off the field. You cannot hold a play too long.
Just an observation, though. I think it was Carlisle who mentioned that we will be going up towards 9 this evening, but we certainly won't be going up towards 9 this evening. The close of play actually is 8 o'clock. That's the scheduled close of play. And then you have the extra half an hour, which will take you down to 8:30. So once we get to 8:30, even if the overs are not completed, then it's the end of the day's play.
So we'll see how many overs the Leewards can get in up to that time. So play will resume as the physio for the Barbados team making her way back off the field. Barbados 67 for 3. Brathwaite made a duck. Mosley made 6, and Jonathan Jakes was out caught brilliantly by wicketkeeper top of the bowling of Thomas. He made 16.
Yeah, so this hold up would not have helped the situation, and it's going to be challenging to get the overs in. This one is on the hips, and he's setting out for a single. Gets it in the end as the ball strikes the stumps and ricochets into the offside, and the single eventually taken. Now, there have been talks about batsmen not being able to run if the stumps were broken, and there were thoughts of introducing a rule where once the stumps are broken, the batsmen do not get extra runs, something that I do not agree with at all, because you've seen instances where fielders have unnecessarily thrown down the stumps and the ball ricocheting away and giving extra runs. And why should the batsman be punished for an indiscretion by a fielder pushed into the offside that time? So I don't know you see that one, Gary, but certainly, you know, I would not agree with such rule change. But there was just talk. It has not happened.
Yeah, we have seen a few occasions where batters would get extra runs because the ball came off the stumps, and I guess it's something that I'm sure they will continue to look at and see if it is a decision that they need to make.
Good delivery there by Spencer.
No ball.
In fact, a no ball. So that negates the good delivery. 69 for 3. Well, they have been making several changes over the years, of course.
Because if it is a run out, if the batsman was short, then he will be out, run out. So if they have a shot at the stump and the ball ricochets, I see nothing wrong with the batters trying to get an extra run.
Exactly, and like I said, there are times when the fielders rather necessarily would throw the ball at the stumps. There's no need batsmen already home and they're trying to, shy down the stumps and giving over throws. But you'll never know. Rules have been changing. Batsmen can no longer decide to cross while the ball in the air to get the strike. Once the catch is taken, pulled away. Thomas made an attempt to get a right hand to it, but it went all the way for 4, so a good shot by Mears. And we know if Mears is going to be out there for some time, the scoreboard is going to tick along.
And that's one of Mears' favorite shot. Just pick up off the short arm, whipping to the onside, did it well, and Thomas lumbering around to his right, couldn't get around, and went into the boundary for 4.
There's, of course, more renowned these days for his T20 cricket. And would have had stints at the IPL, but not picked up by any teams this year. And this one gets it into the onside, not timing it well, and the over comes to an end. So, Mays, at least playing a couple matches for Barbados this year. I think I've seen Holder playing one match recently, but he's not in this team, in this Barbados team currently. So that's a consideration, of course, when they got to pick that team to play against Australia, whether or not Holder would be available and whether or not he could get into the team. No, Holder has been batting at very high for West Indies at times at number 6. Although he has gotten a double century at Test cricket. I'm not too certain if he's, number 6 batsman at Test level. But who am I to say that? Gillespie, though, got a double century batting as night watchman for Australia. And he normally came in around 9, 10, 11. This one is turned down to long leg for a single by Wickham. So it would be interesting to see what team the West Indies come up with. We have had some batsmen putting up their hand, getting runs. Some batsmen not putting up their hands. Casey Cat is one of those. That's had a poor season. Just 2 half centuries. Played down to a backward point, just a single.
So Mayers love the square of the wicket where it's on the offside or the onside. That is his strong. One of those are his strong areas. So the fielder was down on the back of the point boundary. That's Hayden Walsh Jr., the substitute. He's on the field for Cornwall. Well, Cornwall took the field just to at the opening where they spun the toss. We have not seen him since.
Cornwall has left the field quite a number of times this season. Lots of time towards the end of the day. And one wonders at his fitness level whether or not he should be playing a 4-day game for the Leeward Islands. And of course he's captain. And the team need their captain out there as much as possible, as often as possible. And when you're in charge, you hardly want to leave the field of play. But he has spent quite some time off the field. I mean, we have seen in the 3 matches played here in St. Kitts, turned off the pads nicely by Wickham, and that is running away for 4. Turned square of the wicket, and a good shot and 4 runs. So these two settling down. Partnership so far, 27 runs. Wickham has gone to 34, and Mears is on 14.
That was a battle line delivery from Thomas. And Wickham, who has been batting well, played it into the onside through mid wicket for 4 runs.
Thomas has been wayward, but I would say that he has done the job for the Leeward so far, in that he has picked up 2 wickets. And I'm pretty certain that the Leewards would exchange those runs for those 2 wickets. Spencer has picked up 1. Thomas, in fact, 2 for 37, and he's in his 7th over. Expensive. A slow delivery from Thomas. Played into the gully region, where it's fielded by Andrew.
He had 3 overs at the break, 3 overs, 1 for 15. So he is now winning his 4th over from the media center end. And some 22 runs have come from his bowling so far for the addition of 1 wicket.
Expensive, 7 runs per over. But he did pick up that wicket through a magnificent catch there by Jamal Hamilton. Beline is 34 years. Short lifting, pushed into the offside, into the gully region. The over comes to an end. 2 for 37 rather, Thomas at the end of that over, 79 for 3.
6 runs coming from that over from Thomas. A 4 which was a badly lined delivery, and Kevin Wickham made full use of it, and he continued to look good. And Mayers also the one spent some time in the middle. He just had a mid-pitch conference with a change of bowling at the far end. Graves.
I suspect the Mayers is going to play one way only, and once it's in his hitting zone, he's going to go after it. He loves the pull shot and the cut shot. So Graves, who scored 124 when he batted for the Leewards, is in the attack from the far end. Against Guyana, he would have bowled 12 overs on the trot.
So he had just the 1 over before the break. He came on from the far end just for to switch around the bowlers. Now he has replaced Spencer from that far end.
Hamilton, who once captained the Leeward Islands team, making an input in the field, placed him just now outside the off stump. And field so far, they just slip a gully. There's a backward point on the boundary. And there's a backward screw on the boundary. And cover sweeping, and this is for Mayers, who is an attacking player. And then there's short cover, extra cover, mid-off, fairly deep and wide on the mid-on. So at this point, Leeward's on top. Gary using 3 on the boundary for Mayers, looking to cut off his scoring options. Do you agree with those fielders sweeping at this point? In fact, cover is sweeping.
Not necessarily, but I guess they notice the strength of Mayers and want to prevent him from hitting those boundaries. But as a bowler, you want to be bowling at a tight line, keep it close to the off stump and not too short.
Mayers is flashing at and missing outside the off stump, and like I said, there's only one way he's going to play.
So there's a step on the gully waiting for any edge. And also the keeper, we are already seeing a good catch, good low catch taken by the keeper, diving away to the right. And Mayers, as you indicate, once it is short, as it is wide, he's going to go after it.
Yes, and from the indication there just now, he probably suggesting that he would have missed out just now. And he would have fancied himself driving that to the offside for 4. Plays the cut shot very well. Settles, and it's Graves who comes into him. Oh, he pulls out of that one as it goes to Hamilton.
The other one was a bit fuller, not too wide. It was a little closer. He thought about it, but then he realized that it was not the ball to go after, and he just allowed it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So just the two fielders on the onside. There's a long leg in Thomas and the fielder at mid-on. So Graves would have to keep that off-stump line there. 6 fielders, 7 fielders on the offside.
So the off-stump once more and through to the keeper. No shot offered by Mears. And bowling to a plan, no doubt. Looking to touchdown just outside the off-stump and bowl a full length. Not going to short, not offering Mears the cut shot. Shot that he loves and fancies. But I'm sure though the Leewards would be happy with the situation they are in, having picked up 3 wickets for 79 runs. Taking on the pad.
Going down the onside and a bit high as well.
Yes, definitely high. And just a stifled appeal from 1 or 2 of the closing fielders. So we look at it once more. Could have pitched outside leg stump too, and probably looking to miss off and hitting him high. So once it had pitched outside leg stump, of course, that would have negated any chance of a leg before decision.
A maiden over delivered there by Justin Graves. So a delivery which was outside the off-stump. There was Mayers looking to play it, square the wicket, he missed it. And it was fortunate not to have taken an edge. So he would have to be careful because Barbados, they have lost 3 wickets. And he wouldn't want to give up his hand on what is still a good batting strip here at Warner Park.
One wonders too if a player like Graves, if the Mayers, for example, if he would have the T20 mentality, not playing much for the cricket in recent times. But it's O'Shane Thomas. This one is looking to turn into the onside. We'll wait for the signal. Interestingly, one wonders if the batsman was really playing a shot at that one. But at times difficult to tell. The umpire awarded a leg bye. Perhaps you could have a look at that one again. Thomas will go in now for the second delivery of this over. As you look at it, well, he's looking to turn down the onside, but I wonder if he was really playing a shot at that ball. But nevertheless, convinced the umpires this one is pulled into the onside, and it has gone a long way, and it has gone for 6 over a straightish mid-wicket. So Graves swiveling into his wicket and swinging Thomas over the mid-wicket region for 6.
Well, too short and not too much pace as well, and Mayers was quickly into his wicket and swung it over mid-wicket for 6.
To one of the longer boundaries here at Warner Park. So, not surprised at the way he has been playing so far. This is Kyle Mayers. Pulls and pulls well. This could be another boundary. And, oh my goodness, the fielder down there made about 2-3 attempts to rope it in. And in the end, it went across the boundary line for 4. So 6 and a 4.
So 2 short deliveries, and they have been punished by Kyle Mayers. And I believe that O'Shane Thomas is coming to the end of his spell. This is his 5th over on the chart. He had 2 overs before the break. And he's now in his 8th over. So 6 and a 4. First delivery was badly lined on the leg stump, and the last 2 deliveries are too short, and he has been punished.
Mayers enjoying this sort of bowling. Consecutive boundaries, a 6 and a 4. pulls and pulls down towards backward square for 4 more. In fact, down towards fine leg. And they're beating Spencer down there on the long leg boundary. 2 is left. And running away for 4. So, look at it again. Swiveled into his wicket and pulled it wide of the fielder. Well wide of the fielder. The fielder never had a chance of cutting that one off. And 4 more. And Thomas is not learning from this. 3 short deliveries and all pulled into the onside for boundaries.
Maybe he loved to see the shot. Maybe he loved to see the way that Mayers is pulling him into the onside. Mayers is taking up the challenge.
Yeah, Mayers fully in control at all times. This time he's pulling and pulling out towards backward square. It was in the air for some time.
and dropped, as a matter of fact.
Dropped.
And Thomas is very disappointed.
Yeah, Louis putting that one down. He was the one earlier on that the ball, he made a valiant attempt earlier on to save 4, but the ball crashed into the boundary ropes. But he was a catch. And
yes, into his hands and out.
And out.
So a miss by Louis. There was that ball was short. It didn't get up as much as the previous deliveries, and he didn't get underneath it as much as he wanted, and he got it down towards Louis. He hesitated somewhat, then he got his hands to it, and he couldn't hold on.
Well, it reminds me of the some years ago when West Indies toured Australia, and the batsmen became known as the happy hookers, because boundaries in Australia very, very big, very long, and many of the West Indian batsmen got out hooking, and they were referred to as the happy hookers. But Walsh has gone back on the square leg boundary, and this one is put away for 4. Very expensive over indeed. We have had 3 4s in the over, a single and a 6, so 19 runs in the over.
Very expensive over, very badly lined delivery for the last one, but he should have gotten the wicket of Kyle Mayers after he was put down by Mikhail Louis down at back of the square. So with an expensive over and a chance, I'm sure that Thomas will be very disappointed. He was struck for a 6, a 4, and then a chance going down.
And Thomas leaves the field, and Landerford comes onto the field as Thomas goes off. Landerford, of course, from St. Martin. Plays a lot of his cricket in Antigua. And it would be Craves who will continue from the far end.
So Thomas 8 caused some 52 runs. An expensive last over.
This one is pulled away for 4.
I'm beginning to wonder if the Leewards love to see the way that Kyle Mayers is pulling into the onside. They have been giving him some short deliveries, even though he was put down by Mikhail Louis.
That one was not so short though from Graves, but Mayers is in a no-nonsense mood. He has rushed on. In fact, a score yet to come of 33 from 28 deliveries. 103. That boundary brought up the 100 for Barbados.
And the 50 partnership.
Outside the off stump. A shot by Mayers. In fact, a wide signal.
We'd like to see that again. Was it that wide?
Well, we'll see in a while.
Ooh, yes, outside the...
Good call by the umpire. Certainly a wide delivery. Now we see mid-on going back on the boundary. Edged and caught. Well caught there by Doram. Good delivery. Touching down on about half stump and moving away from the left-handed Mayers. Edge taken. And Doram made no mistake. and they gobbled it up at slips. So Breezy not coming to an end. There we look at it again, just outside the off stump. He's playing at, taking the outside edge, and Durham takes the catch. Does a very good job indeed. And the drinks break is now being taken, and we'll take a drinks break.
So welcome back after that break and after the fall of the wicket of Kyle Mills. He was caught by Daniel Durham, but I thought it was excellent thinking by the bowler Graves because he placed the fielder at who was at mid-on, pushed him back on the long on boundary, and I believe that Mills would have been looking for a short delivery. This one was pitched up a little closer to the batsman, and he was caught in no man's land and just pushed at it, and the edge forward and taken by Durham. So excellent bowling, excellent thinking by Justin Graves bowling from the far end.
Durham took a good catch too. It was just to his left. It travelled to him quickly, and he roped it in quite nicely. First catch he would have taken, of course, a lot easier.
So Boucher, Nico Boucher has replaced Mills. So he is, from his previous 6 matches, only amassed a total of 154 runs, a highest of 65. And he would want to make some runs. Wickham, this is the 7th game, came into this game with 164 runs, the highest of 95. So he too would want to end well for Barbados. He's on 38.
Poucher, of course, the wicketkeeper in this team, but batting at number 6, pretty high.
So a wide delivery. So normally, unless you're a very good batter, your wicketkeeper batting 7s. And then you have 6 established batsmen in front of you and a keeper, a wicketkeeper who can batting at number 7 will certainly strengthen the batting. But Boucher coming in at number 6 obviously has some capabilities.
It does. He has been around the Barbados team for a number of years, though.
So Graves, who got the wicket of Mayers, will continue from that far end.
See the slips being strengthened also.
So Durham and Joel Anju. And a poorly lined delivery. And will give Boucher his first run. Total moves on to 105 for 4. So Leeward's doing well to pick up 4 wickets as the over come to an end. 105 for 4. And so in that over where Graves picking up his first wicket and he's having a good game.
Oh yes, he's certainly having a good game, and Leewards also, the team in general having a good game. They made a good score, 444 for 9 declared, and they have picked up 4 wickets, which suggests that they're easily on top at this point. Surely what's going out into the field earlier today, they might have been hoping that they would have at least picked up 2, maybe 3 wickets by the end of the day's play, but with another 25 overs after this one, 25 overs and 5 balls to go, they've already picked up some 4 wickets and could very well pick up 1 or 2 more here.
So Spencer has been brought on from the media center, and it'll be interesting to see how the standing captain, it seems like it is Casey Carty, will rotate his bowlers with the absence of the captain, the nominated captain, that's Cornwall. It'll be interesting to see how he rotates his bowlers. Spencer is coming back from this media center end. He previously came from the far end. He had 1 over from this end before the break, and now has been brought on again from this media center end.
What he has done here, though, is that he has realized that Thomas certainly has come to the end of his run, his spell, and he was expensive in the last over, although he should have gotten a wicket. He has pulled him out of the attack immediately and brought Spencer back from this end. And certainly you could say he has made the right move so far because he has picked up wickets. He brought on Graves from the far end, and Graves has picked up a wicket. So you can easily say that, I don't know if it's luck, but certainly he has made the right moves.
So Thomas, who went off the field at the end of his last over, which was an expensive over. He's back on the field, but it's Spencer who is bowling from the media center end in his 8th over, 1 for 32. Beckham there is on 38, but Barbados, I'm sure, will be disappointed the way things have gone in the terms of their batting. They would have been hoping to get a good start. That was not the case. They lost the first wicket without a run on the board. The second went down, he scored on 6. The third on 52. Then we saw a partnership of some 52 runs between Mayers and Wickham. Mayers made 33. And he went when he scored on 104. Just the 1 slip for Spencer bowling from this immediate center end. 1 slip on a gully. There's a fielder down on the cover boundary. There's an extra cover. And acting captain Casey Carty is at mid-off.
Durham is a big man, Gary, but he does a good job in the slips. He holds on to the catches quite well.
So we still have 24 overs remaining after this, so the Leewards have time to pick up another wicket or two. If they can pick up 2 more wickets before the end of the day's play, they'll be very satisfied with the way things have gone. Barbados, on the other hand, we're hoping that they can get a good partnership between Boucher and Wickham. Boucher is on 2, he'll be facing up to Spencer, and Wickham is on 39. Durham, who just had the 1 over after the break. I'm sure he will be called back into action shortly.
I think for the new batsman, though, Carty seems to be missing a trick here. Still has the man on the backward point boundary for Boucher, the new batsman. Perhaps that fielder could be more effectively used to try and put pressure on Boucher. I've not seen him attempt to play any thing in that direction as yet. And probably wasted down there on the backward point boundary.
Yeah, should have been. He would be better served in the slip area. And there was Boucher looking to pull out delivery. It was short, probably playing a bit too early, and left the bat in the air, but went just out of the reach of Spencer. And the hand came off the bat as well, but Spencer made a desperate effort to take the catch. Over is completed, 107 for 4.
Of course, Carty has to remember that this is a 4-day match, and Barbados only 107 at the moment. The Leewards would have made some 444 runs. Which of course Leewards having scored 444. It means that Barbados are trailing by some 337 runs. And they could afford to have that extra fielder in the slip cordon, especially for the new batsman Boucher.
Shout of catch him as the ball came from the bat onto the boot was too sound. And the keeper was shouting, catch it, but Graves couldn't get to it.
Certainly won't find any of the fields, but Hamilton thinks otherwise. He's indicating, but then he has a laugh because he realizes the impossibility of that catch being taken.
So we have 2 slips. The first slip is a bit wide. And we have the second slip. And that's the modern way of placing your feelers in the slips. The first slip is standing a bit too wide.
Something I don't agree with because it's very likely if it's going to miss the wicket keeper, it might carry to first slip and then probably missing first slip, it should carry into a second slip position. But we see captains opting to put, when they're using 2 slips, put first and second far apart. In fact, almost in a third slip position. I think though they're creating a gap there.
We have seen so many times where the ball just go out of the reach of the keeper and to the left of the first slip out to the right and into the boundary, and then the very next delivery the slipper is shift a little bit to the right or to the left.
Yes, I believe if you're going to use 2 slips, have them in orthodox position.
So Graves will continue from that far end, 1 for 10 in his 4th over. It's a lovely shot, but good bit of fielding. Straight down the ground, a diving effort by fielder at mid-on. Prevented what certainly would have been 4 runs, but the lovely flowing drive, and they were able to get a single.
Looks like Spencer out there. seemed to have gotten a hand to it and backed up.
It's Spencer at mid-on. Boucher, who is in 2, comes back into strike. 40 to Wickham. And you still have the fielder down on the back of the point boundary for the new batsman, Boucher. Hayden Walsh Jr. And Jamal Hamilton trying to make some adjustment in the field. So on the onside we have a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and a forward square. And that's a beautiful delivery by Graves, touched on just on about the centre off stump, and batsman Boucher was beaten by a beauty.
Yes, sir. Very good delivery that time. Boucher has not settled as yet. He has been rather uncomfortable at the crease. We saw him playing one into the onside in the air for some time. And this is one of the reasons why I feel that more pressure could be applied to the new batsman Boucher.
So the over is completed, a delivery which came from the inner portion of the bat of Boucher. We have the end of the over. Graves has been bowling tight and he has been rewarded. He has picked up a wicket, 1 for 11 from his 4 overs.
Yes, there you had it again. Boucher not in control of the shot. The ball coming from the inner portion of the bat and going out into the onside. So he definitely has not settled as yet. Wickham, on the other hand, has been there for some time. He's on 40 and continues to bat well. And obviously, when the physio visited him on the field, he obviously must have been suffering from cramps because he's still out there. He's showing no signs of wear or tear.
So Spencer will continue from the media centre end. He's in his 9th over, 1 for 33. And Wickham is on 40. He has a higher score of 95 for the season. He would want to end well in this last game of the season. He's a player that has been spoken highly of in Barbados, but I'm sure that his performance this year is not what they would have expected of him.
I think there were 2 Wickhams in Barbados. Definitely 2 Wickhams who would have played youth cricket. I think they were part of the West Indies squad for the under-19 ICC tournament held in St. Kitts.
So with a single, he has gone on to 41.
I know for certain there were 2 Clarks.
So Spencer pitching that one up just on off stump. The batsman was playing, pushing with the bat a bit far from his body. Fortunately for him, he did not leave the bat in the air, went down to extra cover. And still have the fielder down on the back of the point boundary for the new batsman. You have a slip, a gully, there's a point, a cover, and the mid-off, there's a cover point on the boundary. So you probably need to, not probably, you need to bring the fielder inside the circle. And as I said, that it was short, it was wide. And Boucher went after it. So maybe Spencer is making sure that the fielder down on the back of this point boundary get some work to do, but the batsman missed it and taken behind by the keeper.
Still strongly feel though that that fielder, as you suggested, it could have been more useful in slips at this point as opposed to being on the backward point boundary.
Short delivery on the onside, a desperate attempt by fielder down on the boundary looking to take the catch. It was a short delivery and played it in the air. As a matter of fact, it had gone over the fence for 6. And the fielder diving to his right might have just hurt himself. That Michael Louis might have jammed his knee, his left knee in the ground, and the physio quickly ran down towards him to provide some assistance. But it was a desperate effort to take a catch. It would have been an excellent catch if he would have taken it, but he missed it and seemed to have gone over the fence for 6.
Yes, he certainly jammed that left knee into the turf, but looking on the screen just now, the physio was massaging the back of his leg. He's down on the ground, and we do hope that it's not a serious injury. In fact, we spoke of the left knee, but the physio is giving some attention. Yes, it's the left knee he's giving attention to. And we do hope that it's nothing too serious, and that the young man would be able to continue.
So he was diving full length, trying to take the catch. See, when he came back down, that's when he jammed into the turf.
Yeah, and immediately could see that he was holding on to his knee. Umpire Gustard is going towards that little gathering down there on the boundary. And of course the umpires, they are always concerned about time used up in the game.
Now Charlie is making his way down to the area, so obviously it is not a good sign when you see the Charlie making his way onto the field. It means that Michael Louis is not able to walk effectively, and so he would have sustained an injury looking to take the catch. Maybe trying to make amends for the drop catch that he did on the onside when Thomas was bowling. Was it really necessary for him to go after that, Quentin?
Well, I think the ball was out of his reach, and probably he could have held back a bit, and probably not necessary. But you would expect fielders when they're on the field to give it their all. You would expect them to go after the half chances, and Charlie's there. We hope it's nothing too serious, but that does not look good at the moment. But I guess we'll know further as the game progresses whether or not it's a serious injury that has taken some time out of things. Gary,
and keep you a little longer. So that is when the leg came back down. That is when he struck the turf. So let us hope that there is not just muscular injury, nothing too serious with the bone.
Well, not just the bone, but in the knee area, and we think in terms of cartilage also, which could be a problem. Tissues, not so much of a problem, really. I'm not suggesting that I'm a medical doctor or anything of that nature, but we do know that once you start talking cartilage and the sort of stuff, then it becomes a fairly serious issue. But we are hoping that it's nothing too serious. We are hoping that it's something that the young man can recover from as quickly as possible. Of course, still a lot of time left in the year's cricket for the West Indies. Australia comes here in June, July, the end of June, July, and see him being wheeled off.
But he seems to be in good spirit. He's smiling, so he doesn't seem as though he's in a lot of pain. And that's a good sign.
Well, it's definitely. Of course, he's scheduled to go off at the end of this month, around the 25th. The breakout tournament starts in Trinidad and Tobago, and he's part of that team. the Leeward Islands Thunder team. His brother, Mikhail Jeremiah, in fact, was originally a part of that team, and he picked up an injury, a foot injury also, broke the foot. The foot still in cast, and he had to be replaced in that team by Cameron Pennyfeather. And so we're hoping that all would be well with Mikhail Louis. But it's all part of the game. Injuries do come, and once you're out there, you're expected to give 100%. And, you know, ironically, if he had left that, someone would have been saying he could have gone after that. So we do hope that he would be well in quick time.
We have one delivery remaining in 22nd over, so we have 22 overs remaining after this. So Leewards will have to try and see how many overs he can get in before the end of the day's play. Short delivery. Boucher looking to swing into the onside. Over is completed. And Barbados, in reply to Leewards 444 for 9. They are 115 for 4 after 22 overs, and they're scoring quickly, Smitten.
Yes, they are scoring quickly, but they're losing wickets quickly too. And at this point, I think we are looking towards a more of a 8:30 finish as opposed to the overs being completed today. You can't see these overs. We have another 22 overs left. And just, well, according to my watch, just about 7:27, which means you're talking of...
Hour and a half, at least.
Not quite. You're talking of another hour. Well, in
hour and
terms
a half, 15, well, to get the 22 overs, it will
22
take
hours,
you
you
to
need an hour and a half, but we just have the maximum an hour left in the day's play.
Right, so it will be difficult for them to get in 22 overs in an hour.
To get close to that, they would have to be using spinners from both ends, and I do not think that the Leewards would be looking to do so at this point.
So Graves is continuing from that far end, 1 for 11. And he's in his 5th over. So Barbados certainly would be disappointed with where things have gone. What is still a good batting strip here at Warner Park.
If I was the Leewards, though, I would have been applying some pressure to Boucher in particular. He has not looked comfortable since he's been at the crease. And I would have been sensing that he has an opportunity to pick up another wicket. But certainly they seem to have taken the pressure off him a bit. Wickham has been good.
And he will pick up an easy single as Wickham realizing that Walsh is down on the backward point boundary. Just guide him to the offside for an easy single, and that is where you don't want to just give up easy singles. And for Boucher, who has only faced some 14 deliveries, still have the fielder on the backward point boundary.
It's also a man on the long leg boundary, which is understandable, but I think that man should be brought close in.
The Graves has been keeping that steady line just on about the off stump, or just outside the off stump. He would have gotten the wicket of Kyle Mayers with the delivery, which was just on about the off stump. And Mayers pushed at it, probably was waiting on the back foot for a short delivery, but he pitched it up, took the edge. So Mayers was outfoxed because just before that ball was delivered, the fielder and mid-on was sent down on the long one fence. And slashing into the offside, and there The fielder down at backward point has come into action. That's Walsh running away to his right.
Even though that shot though was not well timed by Boucher, so he has not gotten his timing going as yet.
Graves has one delivery remaining in his 5th over. 2 runs have come so far. And Beckham is solidly in behind it to bring up the end of the over. 117 for 4. Still trail the Leewards by 327 runs.
Yes, 117 for 4, chasing 444, and batting 23 overs. They are going at a good strike rate so far. Barbados, but that last column, the wicket column, losing 4 wickets as we look at the southwestern stand.
Faithful few. Some of those have been there since the start of the game. They have been here for 2 days.
What I'll say though is that the numbers have been much better than what we would have seen in recent matches. But Spencer is continuing, and the balls are wide one outside the off stump, and 3 goes to Hamilton. But it's good to see at least a few more spectators coming in to look at the cricket. And I'm certain in the members stand, which is out of our view, of course, there would be a few there looking on also. So, not much people really, but you know, even though the games are free, people are not coming out to watch these games. Spencer, outside the off stump once more, and through it goes to Hamilton. But you know, Gary, I don't know if you can remember those days. You would have been quite young still. You know, back in those days when a match would have come to these parts, people would have been flocking to Warner Park and even to Grove Park, where Shell Shield matches would have been played. People would have been flocking. Well, I could go as far as could go down to Leeward Islands tournament outside the off stump once more, no shot offered, and we would have had some mammoth crowds in on those matches. And nowadays, and in fact, you had to pay for those matches, whether it was a Leeward Islands match or a Berwick match between St. Kitts Nevis. You had to pay for those matches.
And now it is free and they're not showing up.
They're not showing up, and you're talking of, I would not say a higher standard, but a higher class of cricket being played. No, this one is flashed into the offside by Boucher. So, for once, the man on the backward point boundary, Henry, comes into action. So, proving to be useful, saving 4 runs.
Yeah, that was too short and too wide outside the off stump. If the fielder wasn't there, you would expect that the bowler to be bowling a tighter line on the off stump, and it wouldn't want to be bowling that short outside the off stump.
When Spencer has carried the ball up to the bat, he has looked a more efficient and more effective bowler. In fact, in the last game, whenever he did so, he picked up wickets, and he would have picked up some 6 wickets in that match. This one is defended into the cover, and it goes to Karim Gore. Another 20 overs left after this one. 1 delivery left in this over. So, of course, the schedule close of play 8 o'clock. There's no way they're going to get 20 overs bowled before 8 o'clock. Never mind 8:30. Pushed into the offside up to cover. Go Fields. The over comes to an end. And it's 118 for 4 Barbados. And Boucher is on 10. Wickham is approaching a half century. He's on 42. Partnership of 14 between these two.
Just the 1 run coming from that over from Spencer. Bowler a couple of short deliveries on the off stump. And Spencer has now bowled 10 overs, so 6 overs since the break. Maybe his spell might be coming to an end, so it'll be interesting to see who will. Well, Durham has only bowled 1 over, and we'll see.
Durham has been picked to bowl, and he has been picked as the #1 spinner in this side. Had a good knock today with the bat, scored 35 runs. Pushed into the onside by Boucher. And of course, those 35 runs could have done his confidence some good. Leewards, 2, they have picked up wickets. So there's less pressure on Durham. Durham, who had a breakout season a couple of years ago, picking up some 7 wickets in an innings. Since then, we have not heard much about him in terms of performance. Nice drive. We'll see how long Durham will be kept out of the attack. We have not seen any signs of him loosening up at slips. He's at first slip. So whether or not Spencer will be given another over, we'll have to wait and see. I would not want to think that the captain would be thinking in terms of going back to Thomas at this stage. But you never know.
Thomas is down at long leg. So with just the 3 medium, the three pacers for the Leewards. Now Carrie McGraw does some bowling. So the slip, one of the slips has been removed. So Joel Anjo will go into a short extra cover.
There we go again. The slip has been moved, and first slip has been asked to move to his right. More in a 3rd slip position. Turned nicely into the onside. Good fielding there by Go. Don't be surprised, Gary, if you do not see a ball being edged through that yawning gap there between the wicketkeeper and we could say first slip, but it's not really a first slip, it's more a 3rd slip. And I would not be surprised if I see one going through in this over. But this one is on the pads and played nicely into the onside. They're getting just a single in the end. Fielder was moving quickly to his right to field. That's Landy Ford, looks like. Landy Ford, a tall young man, fast bowler. Hails from St. Martin. Have you ever seen cricket being played in St. Martin, Gary? Or have you ever been there for cricket matches? Pushed into the offside. Down to 3rd man for a single.
When you used to have the Nagico won the matches, I've been there. I did some commentary there as well for a couple of games.
Okay. Over comes Stone End. So let's see what's happening. Spencer is back for another over.
Grave 6 overs, cost 15 runs. Last over was another tight over.
He has picked up wicket also. So 324 runs in arrears. Played to extra cover. Go is in action. He feels well. 120 for 4 the score. The scoring rate is pretty good, 4.8 runs per over, trailing by some 324 runs. I think though things have gone a lot better than the Leeward Islands would have hoped at this stage outside the off stump. Even though they made a good score, looking at the track, you would have thought that the Leeward Islands would have thought that they would have had to toil long and hard to pick up a wicket. But instead they were gifted one. And they really pounced on thing after getting the Captain Brathwaite. You know, Gary, in the past, the West Indies team under Clive Lloyd. This one is an attempted pull into the onside. It goes as far as Thomas at mid-on, fields and there's no run. And it used to be said that the West Indies bowlers always targeted the captain, and you know, it was a question of chopping off the head of the team. And once they got the captain cheaply, they were able to move to the rest of the order. As a captain, I'm pretty certain, and West Indies past captain, and one of the leading test batsmen for the West Indies in recent times. You go out there and you get gifted that wicket in the very first over, and not only that, you dismiss him for duck. Then that, of course, would send the adrenaline through your body and build your confidence outside the off stump, through to the keeper.
Spencer's been bowling a bit too wide, and maybe he's tiring. He's in his 11th over, so it's just seven overs in his second burst. But he bowled a couple overs to the firing, so it's not consecutive 7 overs.
Probably tiring a bit, but I think he's bowling to a plan just outside the off stump. This one is closer though, and the batsman is pushing into the offside as the over comes to an end.
So a maiden over was bowled there by Spencer. Barbados 120 for 4 and 26 overs. So we still have 18 overs remaining according to the scoreboard. According to Spitton, you just have 45 minutes remaining.
Well, I don't make the rules, Gary. I don't make the rules, and you know, I'm aware of the rules, and many times I do try to confirm, you know, before I put my foot in my mouth regarding the rules, and I did confirm that the end of the split should be at 8 o'clock, and if not, the extra half an hour is added on to try and complete the overs. But once we get down to 8:30, that's it for the day. This one played to short mid-wicket, no run. So we have not seen Captain Cornwall. And we are hoping that he's okay. But obviously not a fit man, Gary. And he continues to play for the cricket. You know, I think he should. He's at a stage now where I personally think that he should give up for the cricket and allow someone else an opportunity. Saw him in the recent match, Gary. There was a ball played to short square leg, and Cornwall was at short mid-wicket, and the fielder came in from off the square leg boundary and fielded that ball, but not before the batsman had gone for 2 runs. And Cornwall That fielder got close to the ball before Cornwall got to it. In fact, I don't think he moved as this one goes by outside the off stump. Then the next delivery, he was moved from mid-wicket to the offside. Hamilton was placed in that position. The ball was played in the same direction. Hamilton was quickly around. The batsmen were able to get just a single. Then the next delivery played in the same direction. Hamilton was even quicker this time. Defended there by Boucher. And Hamilton was even quicker this time. And he prevented the batsman from getting a run. And scenarios all the same, except that Cornwall was unable to move from his position to retrieve that ball.
Yes, there have been lots of discussion over the years in terms of Cornwall, and before he would have played for the West Indies, there were discussions of whether or not he would have been fit enough to last for a 5-day.
This one is in the air, going down to Thomas. At fine leg, he settles on there, takes the catch, and Boucher is on his way. So another wicket goes down, another wicket to Graves, and he has been having a wonderful match. He has picked up 2.
So it was a short delivery, and there was Boucher looking to get inside of it, and they played it in the air, and O'Shane Thomas settled onto it and took a simple catch in the end. He didn't have to move much, and so Barbados in further trouble there, 120 for 5 with the fall of the wicket of Boucher.
Like I said, Boucher never looked comfortable at the crease, Gary. And I'm not surprised that in the end he succumbed and got out rather tamely, looking to pull it down to backward square and played it straight down the throat of O'Shane Thomas. And he just had to move a few paces forward and took the catch quite easily. So the new batsman goes to the crease, Matthew Ford. He has been scoring some runs this season too, and has proven to be a bit of an all-rounder. He comes in at number 7 for the Barbados team. And he has done fairly well with the bat so far for Barbados as an all-rounder. In fact, Matthew Ford, he has scored an 82. And he has scored a 66 not out and also a 43. And in fact, he also had a score of some 26 runs and one of 30. So certainly productivity there from the young man coming in at number 7 for Barbados. So he can bat, and he has been producing. Perhaps Gary, you'll probably give me some more details on Ford. Player who has already represented the West Indies at international level, not at test level though. White ball cricket, of course. He's played quite a bit of CPL games so far. As that over comes to an end, and Barbados in further trouble at the end of that over, 120 for 5.
So there was certainly, they are doing well. They have picked up 5 wickets. Barbados still trailed by some 324 runs. Wickham is still there. He's on 43, and O'Shane Thomas has been brought back into the attack. So they just have the 3 seamers and Durham, and also Karimat Gore can do some bowling, but the captain has decided to go back to O'Shane Thomas. Let us see how if he will bowl better in this season.
He has picked up 2 wickets. Let's not lose sight of that fact. And I'm sure the captain would be willing to give up a few runs to get some wickets. So it's not that he has been ineffective. Saw him bowling a snorter to Mosley, who was unable to get the bat out of the way in time, and the ball brushed his glove and went through to Hamilton, who took a wonderful catch And then Hamilton also took 1 inches from the ground to give him his second wicket. So certainly he has induced false shots. The captain bringing him back, not opting to go for spinners at this point, of course. It's a day-night match, and it's a lot cooler at this point. The sun is not beating down on the back of the players. So, using his fast bowlers in probably short burst or maybe spells of 5 overs. And Thomas, having had a rest, comes back.
So Ford, who has scored 250 runs for the season so far, highest of 82. Scored 2 half centuries. He's coming in at number 7, so he will want to give good support to Kevin Wickham, who is on 44. They would need a good partnership here if they are to put up a good total, and Leewards would want to continue to pick up wickets. And if the Leewards were to dismiss the Barbados for a small score, you think they would ask Barbados to bat again?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Of course, I'm not the captain. I think Leewards would want to bat a bit more and then put Barbados under pressure, maybe looking to get a lead of somewhere close to 500 runs. Pulled well.
For 6.
And that's a good shot, 6 runs. Seemed to have struck the bat a bit high up. Not, we look at it again. Pulled from down to up. And with the pace of Thomas, it carried all the way over the boundary. And a good shot. One of those half centuries for Ford for Barbados was a not out innings, 66 not out. And then he also got useful runs. At one point he scored 43. He scored a 30, and I think he had a 28. So very useful knocks coming from the young man, and he has had a fairly productive season with the bat coming in at number 7. Still waiting the ball, which was swung into the mound area. And another delay carry, and that certainly is going to put pay 20 plans to complete these overs today. We have another looks like 16 overs after this one. 3 deliveries left in this over. And you don't really get 16 overs bowled just over half an hour. Turned into the onside, short lifting. And he picks up a single. So we fall short by a few overs today.
So Thomas has been a bit short in this over. He has been struck for 6 by Ford, and become his 6 runs short of a half century. We want to bat for the remaining time in this the last session of the second day's play.
Thomas has been quiet, and he's down, and seems to have been struck. He's back up now. Seems to be okay. Probably on the inside of the knee. Just above the pad, and he's giving it a good rub. Now he, in fact, he's beginning to feel the pain now. So must have stung him a bit. Thomas is not the slowest of bowlers. That one came back a bit, and he seemed to have played it.
Yeah, came from the baton today.
Into the leg. Gets in behind this one though, and gets it back up the track to the bowler. The over comes to an end, and it's now 128 for 5 as drinks break is being taken.
So welcome back. After the break, 28 over and to be dismissed. Boucher caught by Thomas of Graves, who is continuing from that far end. Yes, bowled 7 overs, 2 for 15 to go with his 124. Not out when the Leewards batted. So he has been having an excellent game. Ford will be facing up to Graves from that far end.
But she said let's play at my half with
Wondering what's going on with Hamilton down there.
I apologize, sorry.
That ball signaled by the umpire, maybe all wasn't well. And Graves will go back to the top of his mark at the far end. So delivery might have squared up the batsman. Ford was looking to turn it into the onside, came from the outer portion of the bat and went down into the offside. So we have seen both teams, both captains employing that fielder on the square. That's a short mid-on.
Probably looking for a leading edge, but we have not seen too many of those going in that direction.
So Ford is solidly in behind a short of a length delivery from Justin Graves, so he has picked up 2 wickets. So he has certainly done well on. It has been still a good batting strip, but the Leewards have been able to eke out 5 wickets. When the Leewards lost their 5th wicket, they lost their 5th wicket on 212. Barbados losing their 5th wicket on 120.
With half an hour to go, Gary, water break take.
No!
Of course, we know the water break has to be taken
on
every
the hour.
On the hour. But half an hour to go. Well, guess it was June.
Yes, due after an hour. But it's not hot sun, it's under the lights. But the players need to be refreshed. But Graves continue to bowl tight.
We have just seen the 1 over of spin so far for the Leewards.
And Ford will get another single to take it up to 129 for 5. Still trailed by 316 runs. So we are coming down to the end of the second day in this day-night encounter here at Warner Park. And Barbados won the toss on the first afternoon and inserted the Leewards. But we have not seen the captain of the Leewards team since the spinning of the toss.
It's interesting.
A tight delivery from Graves. But Ford is to the measure of it. And Barbados would hope that these two can bat until the end of the day's play.
Ford has looked confident, though. We have seen him putting one out of the ground so far off O'Shane Thomas. But he has looked good so far. And the scores we have read out would suggest that he has good batting ability.
So the over has come to an end. Another tight over, just the 1 run coming from that over from Graves. 129 for 5 after some 29 overs. So we see the helmet being brought out.
Interesting. That
the physio.
The physio, that Brown, who carried out the helmet. Of course, the captain is not available with some Mikhail Louis being injured, but of course, that could have played some cricket.
Yes, he's the son of the former Nevis and Leeward Islands player, and also former physiotherapist for the West Indies as well.
Yeah, so and that
Virgil Brown.
has followed in his footsteps. He has been doing it for the West Indies also. Now doing it for the Leewards.
So now we'll see Durham, who will be bowling from the media center end. So Thomas just 1 over in his spell, and Durham, who got the 1 over from the far end when he came back after the break. So now he's being brought from the media center end. So he would want to keep things tight, and also hope I would want to pick up a wicket or two, and would certainly end on a very good note for the Leewards.
Interestingly, we saw Carty checking the time with the umpire, Gustad. Probably part of his strategy at this point. Time factor.
So the first delivery, not a good shot by Ford, looking to force the delivery, which was a bit too close to him. And you would want to give up your hand, and just coming down to the end of the day's play. So a lot too close to the stumps, to the off stump, to looking to play it skew the wicket.
Looking to cut, yeah, no, much too close.
Storen would want to settle, and he has a good platform because the Barbados have lost 5 wickets, so they'll have to try and be tight.
Not only having lost 5 wickets, but they're trailing by some 314 runs, 315 runs to be exact. So you could not ask for a better platform to be bowling at this stage.
So you have seen Ford looking to force into the offside, and has been unable to pierce the field. That one went right down to extra cover. The youngster Anjo is there. A bit too wide, and give the batsman an opportunity to play it down towards Henry, down at backward point for a single. So he's with that single, he has gone on to 9 and 130 for 5 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 30, and the scoreboard is indicating that 14.1 overs remaining in the day, or in the night, if you want to be more specific.
Yeah, the day's play, of course.
So the over has come to an end. Over number 30, 130 for 5, the Barbados team.
Yes, I do.
So Graves will continue, and you see a few spectators still having animated discussion as to what's going on. Maybe not here at one apart, maybe some other discussion, maybe they're talking about the captaincy for West Indies, who will captain the West Indies team.
Might be football too. Of course, this is football season in St. Kitts.
Graves will continue, and the ball came off the hand. He was looking for a run. He will step back. So Graves has done well.
Look good if that second hamstring going out, Wick. Get some fluids in tonight. Make sure the AC at 25. Not too cold,
I
right?
know
to
you
get
said
dehydrated.
we have not seen the captain since the toss. Of course, the Leeward Islands, they would have batted all of yesterday and a good part today. So, but when it was time for him to come out to bat, he did not appear.
Ford will get another easy single. And so the Leewards batted with 1 shot. Ended on 444 for 9 from 133.4 overs. And as a result, Casey Carty has been given the responsibility of captain in this game, on this the second day. We don't know if we'll see the captain tomorrow.
Well, I get the impression, I don't want to weigh in too much on this topic. I'll get back to it at the end of the over. I get the impression that at the start of the display, based on conversations I would have heard, that Cornwall would not have been available for any part in today's play. I don't know if we are going to see him tomorrow, but based on the conversation, we just might not see him out there tomorrow either. But I don't think I'm at liberty to say much on the conversation that took place.
So, no official word coming from the Leewards camp as to the situation with Raheem Cornwall. He's the captain of the Leewards team. So we'll just have to wait and see what will happen. But he has not taken any part in this game thus far.
Well, he tossed.
That's the only thing he would have done. So Graves in his 9th over, and Ford will get another easy single. So Ford has looked good. So he has some ability with the bat, and Barbados will be hoping that he can spend some time. He can bat out the rest of the time that is remaining for day 2 and come back tomorrow and put on a good score. Maybe get a century along with Wickham if they can bat until the end of the day's play. But I'm sure that Graves bowling from that far end will want to break this partnership. Yeah, put on just 12 runs. But if he can get another wicket before the end of the day's play, they will certainly be in charge of this game.
Well, they're in charge at the moment, but that would be basically some icing on the cake for the Leeward Islands if they could pick up another wicket at this point.
So the over has come to an end, over number 31, 132 for 5, the Barbados team.
So we are 13 overs short so far in the day's play. According to my watch, another 19 minutes left in the day's play. 13 overs, sometimes you can barely get in 13 overs in an hour's play. And with 19 minutes left, you might be just seeing 3 overs, 4 at the most, bowled in the day's play. So we might be falling somewhere in the region of some 9 overs short this evening.
And you think they will have an early start tomorrow?
No, they won't. They definitely won't. It's only for interruptions. Once they've played the full day, there will be no early start. What might happen is that captains might be warned, and of course it's the last match of the season, so one wonders how much it would matter, but we do not know if it would go over into the next season.
So Durham will continue from the media center end, and he's bowling between the umpire and the stumps. And Wickham is on 45. And he has gone through quickly for the run, as the keeper had to run from behind the stumps down towards the mid-wicket area. One more to Wickham. He has gone on to 46, so he's inching closer and closer to the half century. And Ford, who has looked good, is on 10, has come into strike. He has faced some 16 deliveries. A bit too short and wide. Batsman had enough time to get a single down to the backward of point. So they're currently going at 4.2. runs per over.
The rate has been good, but they have been losing wickets with regularity.
So one delivery remaining in that over from Durham in his third over, none for 6. And over number 32 is about to come to an end. So 12 overs remaining according to the scoreboard.
Time they change over, it would be just about 8:15.
So 2 runs coming from that over from Durham. So over number 32 has come to an end, 134 for 5.
So it seems as though we're going to fall short this evening. Can recall in the match, Guyana versus Leewards on the first day, they would have lost about 12 overs. And on the second morning of that match, we saw the umpires having some words with the captains, the 2 captains. And at the end of the second day, they had bowled just 1 over extra. They got through the overs quite quickly. And on the third day, they would have gone a little further and would have done probably 9 or so extra overs on the third day. Of course, the match was called off on the last day, but they certainly would have speeded up things a bit after being spoken to by the umpire.
Karimago has been brought into the attack from that far end. So he has replaced Justin Graves. Starts with a delivery on the onside. And it has been swept over the long leg area, the back of the square area for 6 runs. The first delivery of Karimago swung away by Ford for a 6.
It's a good shot. The Leewards, for one moment, thought that they might have been in with a chance, but it went way over the head of Thomas, who is at backward square for 6. Absolutely no chance of catching that one.
So that's his second 6 that have been struck by Ford. So he has gone on to 17. They got a single eventually, a bit of hesitation, but they got through for the single in the end. So Graves bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18. And just had the 1 over before the break. So he would have bowled some 8 overs and picked up 2 wickets.
Matthew, come. You got 80, we can go 45.
Spencer 11 overs, 1 for 41.
Why you really tell him to
Thomas
come here?
9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 64.
Under 15, yeah?
Durham has bowled 3 overs, none for 6. And Gore in his first over, 7 runs have been scored so far. And it goes over the head, through the hands of the fielder at slip. That's Justin Graves. And it will go into the boundary for 4. Outside the off stump, he went after it. That's 4. It went quickly and through the hands of Justin Graves and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, he flashed hard. And it got past Graves quite quickly. Just over the top of Graves. And he ran away for 4. So, in fact, it's Wickham who played that shot. And not Ford.
So a chance. Went to hand, went through the hands of
Brings up
Graves.
his 50, of course. Becomes 50.
Oh, bowling J, bowling J.
So the 4 takes now on to 50. So he has gotten a chance. He'll want to capitalize on that.
Oh, Gory. Oh, Gory, come boys, come boys.
So 145
Well,
for
Gory.
5 wickets. Leeward made 444.
None there, Danny. Lovely. Take it and come down. One side.
So over. The over has come to an end. The first delivery of that over was struck for 6, and then we saw a chance, a quick ball which went quickly through the hands or just over the left shoulder of Graves at slip, and that 4 would have brought up the half century for Wickham. So over is completed 145 Barbados.
11 overs left in the day's play. With the was operating, I said we might fall short by 9, but probably with the two spinners in working in tandem, we probably might fall short by 8 or 7 overs.
Durham will continue from this media center end. He has not picked up a wicket as yet. Batted well, he got some 35 runs. Had a good partnership with Justin Graves. So Ford is solidly in behind that delivery.
It's not picked up a wicket yet, but he's just in his 4th over and conceding just some 6 runs so far.
We're trying to keep things tight in the dying stages of the second day's play in this the night encounter between the Leewards and Barbados.
Giving a bit more loop there by Durham, perhaps looking to tempt the batsman. Ford at this point seems to be thinking in terms of the end of day's play.
Now he's forcing a short delivery.
No!
Came too quickly, thinking about the second. But Henry was quickly around.
If I was Durham, though, I would be looking to try and tempt the batsman a bit more. Flighting a bit more, going a bit wide of the off stump.
That was too wide outside the off stump, and the batter's shoulders, arms over is completed. 146 for 5.
So we continue to count down the overs remaining in the day's play.
So Ford has asked for a change of gloves. He has gotten that. So he will continue to give support to Wickham, who is on 50. And Caramago will continue from that far end.
Partnership is 26, and Ford has gotten 19 of those 26 runs.
Oh, 3.
I must buy $20 tonight. Straight to Smurf.
You want 2 bags? Only 220.
Ford will get a single down to Walsh. He's done a backward point, moving across to his left. Another single to the total. Take it down to 147 for 5.
Hey.
This is the final round match in Sinkett. So the final round of matches in the West Indies Championship. And Guyana Happy Eagles came into this final round on top, but seem as though they're in good position to retain the championship that they would have won. And the ball is played into the offside. And excellent save by Hayden Walsh, running across to his right and then diving, and prevented certainly what would have been 4. The 2 more to the total has gone on to 149. For 5 wickets and with those 2 runs, Wickham has gone on to 52. He has faced some 82 balls. Caramago replacing Justin Graves from that far end. Graves picking up 2 wickets. 2 wickets going to Ocean Thomas and 1 to Spencer. Spencer got the valuable wicket of the captain of the Barbados team and former captain of the West Indies team, Craig Brathwaite, who was caught at slip in the first over. He just faced some 3 deliveries. He made a duck.
Catch you, Corey.
Wickham will get another easy single. With that single, 150 coming up for Barbados. 150 coming up in 35 overs.
So, winding down, another 9 overs left in the day's play. And fielders getting into place. We just might have time for 2 more overs, including this one. It depends on how quickly this one is bowled. But 150 for 5, and good little partnership building here between these two. Partnership, of course, 30 runs. 20 of those runs going to Ford was being the more aggressive of the two.
Doran will be going into bowl to Wickham. He's in his 5th over and none for 7. Another easy single down to O'Shane Thomas. So O'Shane Thomas would have picked up 2 wickets and also took the catch to dismiss Boucher. So you can see he has done well, picking up wickets and has been able to take a catch. Mikhail Louis, we can inform, he has left the field. He sustained an injury, looking to take a catch down at long leg, running across to his right. Previously would have dropped Kyle Mayers down on the mid-wicket fence in front of the scoreboard when O'Shane Thomas was bowling, but Mayers was dismissed, caught at the wicket after bowling of Graves, who had a very tight spell, picking up 2 wickets. So Durham will be looking to pick up a wicket before the end of the day's play. He's in his 5th over, 2 deliveries remaining, and Barbados will hope that these 2 will bat until the end. And Ford seem set, he seem willing to play it out, and just a few minutes to go before the end of this, the 2nd day's play. So the over has come to an end, and a tight over, just the 1 run coming from the over. Over number 36 have come to an end, and we'll wait and see if there'll be another over. Jacqueline Williams is walking up to the stumps, and so we will have another over. And Carrie McGraw will be bowling his 3rd over from that far end. So the Leewards start in the morning on 270 for 5 wickets. And Hamilton was on 28. And Graves was on 49. Graves went on to make 124 and out. Hamilton made 84. And Leewards 444 for 933.4 overs. Warwican had 38.4 overs, 7 for 111. And Barbados, in reply to Leewards, 444 for 9. They are 151 for 5. And Wickham is on 54 and out. He's facing up to Kyle McGraw. We get another easy single. Talia Brathwaite was caught Durham bowl Spencer for a duck. Mosley was caught wicketkeeper Bowl Thomas for 6. Jakes was caught wicketkeeper Bowl Thomas for 16. Mayers caught Durham Bowl Graves for 33. And Boucher caught Thomas Bowl Graves for 11. 120 for 5 at that point in time. And these 2 have taken the scope to 152.
It's a necessary attempt there. They will be looking to bat out this over. This could very well be the last over of the day's play. And perhaps, as I would have predicted, we would fall short by some 7 overs.
Jax.
Two deliveries remaining in over number 37. So the Leewards only managed to get in some 29 overs in this session, which we expected to bowl 36 in 2 hours. That was not possible. They got an extra half an hour. Still was unable to do that, getting it down towards backward of the point. And Andrew Fields, but not before the batters caused for a single, one more to the total. It's gone on to 153. One delivery remaining in over number 37. Wickham is on 55. Faces up to go from that far end. Coming easily forward, just pushed it down into the offside. Hamilton turns, heading towards the pavilion. And we have come to the end of the second day's play here at Warner Park in this day-night encounter. Leeward started the afternoon at 275. They got to 449, 444 for 9, 124 to Justin Graves, 7 wickets to Warwick from 38.4 overs. And Barbados in reply at the end of the second day here at Warner Park, 153 for 5 with Kevin Wickham not out on 55, Matthew Ford not out on 21, 2 wickets going to Ocean Thomas and 2 wickets to Graves. So that's the latest position here at Warner Park. We will rejoin you tomorrow afternoon at about 1 p.m. for the continuation of this match.